Greetings humanity, and welcome to Channel Other Doc. I am Jim, I use he, him pronouns, and this is the finale of our mini-campaign of Top of the World, a paranormal spy thriller that we are playing using the Rosette Diceless system. I'm going to go ahead and go around, and we're going to say hi to everybody, and find out once again who they are and who they're playing. And I shall start once again with Trooper. Hello.
Hello, I was just changing my name in the Zoom so people knew who my character was, because they may not know, and you may not know. My character is named Dante Jackson, and that is definitely a real name. And that is a name that is indeed on paperwork. That's correct. And and there is nothing mysterious about it at all. And my character, Dante Jackson, is 100% from Brixton. South London, is 100% working class for real, also a tough guy. Now, there was a fight last session where he just got beat up real bad, and it did not look like he was a tough guy who could beat people up, but he was just lulling them into a false sense of security. Didn't want to show off his moves, his sick moves. And I'm TrooperSJP, and I'm happy to be here, and this is a lovely group of people, and I'm very excited to find out what kind of terrible things will be happening in this finale. That's where I'm at.
Yes, excellent. And now let us head over to Daisy. Hello.
You know, Other Doc, Jim Ryan. Daisy comes to play tonight here on the Other Doc channel. I'm going to be laying down the leather hard. No, I don't know.
Wrong genre.
I don't have a pro wrestling promo offhand tonight.
That's right, brother.
Now listen here, brother.
What you gonna do?
When I drop the leg and give you the big boot and the ref counts 1, 2, 3, Vasilisa will be the femme fatale that joins us tonight. And I'm excited to play and see the exciting conclusion of Top of the World. We've got a lot of shenanigans going on. I have an assassination to plan. And I'll throw it back to you because I've already bombed the intro.
No, perfection. Are you kidding? For this channel? That was choice. Absolutely. And now let us head over to Melissa. Hello.
Is it my turn? Okay. Hi. I am Melissa. I am playing Avery-Weir, the American of the crew, maybe one of the more senior folks. Let's see, we left her in a tough spot facing the Loch Ness Monster, so I'm eager to dive back in and see what she blows up this time.
You find out soon. And now let us head over to Brian. Hello.
Hey, I'm Brian. I'm playing Digger Bly, the thief of the party. And if you've seen me play anything else, you realize that's pretty much just what I play. And I am also looking forward to the shenanigans. In character, I've had like one good shenanigan and one not great shenanigan. So I'm looking forward to seeing which direction the next couple of operations go. Although I have a feeling I know which direction they're going to go. I just hope it helps the general story. So looking forward to all of this.
Yes, the shenanigan distribution system on is quite robust in Rosette Diceless.
I'm a fan. Yeah,
and I'm very pleased to be using it for this. And finally, let us head over to Emma. Hello.
Hello, I am Emma. I'm playing Jan Janssen, who owns a pair of sneakers that will show up on a Geiger counter until 2007. I did math to figure that out. It has very little to do with what may or may not happen in this session, but I just wanted to let you know. Happy to be here.
Perfect.
Sneaker half-life is important. I'm making a note.
Yes. It shall be. Mm-hmm. Well then, like we do with other games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or hold up a card, make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat, and we'll fade to black on it or put it behind a veil, so it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know that we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or if we say or we do something and then think, maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that again with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. As a reminder, just a few content warnings. This game may contain references to nationalism, betrayal, death, surreal imagery, Cold War-era conflicts. And I believe those are all of them that we have right now, and you can find that if you type !CW. That will pop up. I believe I also have that up on rotation to show up regularly. Also, please remember that we have an open door policy, which means that any of us and any of you can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It is just a game, and mental health is always more important. So, we have a group of, so it is, once again, as a reminder, it is the mid-70s, it's 1975, in an alternate reality in which there is an astral plane that contains beings perhaps built of pure thought that overlays pretty much everything. And sometimes interacts with our plane. Some people have psychic abilities and can make use of those to interact with said plane. But we are in the UK. Our agents are working for an organization called The Exchange, which is a covert organization under MI6 that can, among other things, is there to try to deal with threats of an unusual nature. They have gone up to Inverness, where they are trying to chase down a potentially rogue agent, whom, from what they've found out so far, there was a bit of communication with him where they found out that, well, not much, but just that he's trying to do something that he thinks everything will be okay. Basically, that was most of what he's trying to doing. What he thinks he's doing it for the security of everyone. That's the most that has been gotten out of him. Absconded with an engineer who has the entirety of the current designs for Project Cheveline in his head. Cheveline being the upgrade to the nuclear warheads currently being used on the UK's missiles, or the I believe that's was it the Polaris program? It started with a P. Anyway, no worries. I shall open my notebook, and then that will tell me all the things. But they've discovered thus far that apparently there have been some a local biker gang has been sort of hounding them for some reason, and that's and then also Vasilisa is trying to make contact with someone, and someone has given her a ticket to a football game. We'll be seeing the results of that soon.
Match.
And also, there are about 3 of them. Ivory and Dante and Jan are over at Castle Urquhart. Castle Urquhart being just right at the edge of Loch Ness, so kind of right down there, where you can see that. And they have summoned apparently they've got the attention of the Loch Ness Monster, who is very important to this area. Kind of keeps it swathed in a big sort of psychic bubble that it's impossible to see into or out of via the astral plane. So, that being the case, we're going to come to our next turn in the order, and that turn is going to belong to Dante. Dante, you got a very good look at the bikers that came and did the beating down.
I did.
Upon you.
Could I ask a couple questions about the very good look that I got about them? Just a couple small details.
Sure, absolutely.
Because I did get a very good look at them. What was the underside of their boots like? I feel like I got a really good view of that, like right by my face. Also, how well groomed were their nails and their knuckles? I also saw that pretty close up. What did they taste like? Because I felt like I also tasted them quite a bit. Just questions.
Yeah. Very rough. In all senses of the term. Possibly the thing tasted mildly of onion. I think just a little bit. But that aside, and sweat and retribution. Retribution. They've got the scent of retribution down, I think, pretty well. So yeah, that's basically what we're looking at there. I think that the thing that you also got to see that I should mention here is that they had a particular patch that they all had. The patch that they were wearing on their backs, that is available in the Roll20 for folks to see. And as soon as I have enough of a command of my various brain pieces to do this properly, I shall show it to the to the folks at home as well. Let me go ahead and bring that image up if I have the ability to do so. Let's find out if this is possible. I'm going to transition over to there. There we go. That's over the map screen. I'm gonna try to see if I can remember how it is that I heard the internet pronounce this. So please forgive me if you do speak Scottish Gaelic. Gunsa Antoshich was the pronunciation that I seem to recall. Gunsa Antoshich. Toshich. Yeah. And that has the symbol there of the rampant lion against the dark gray castle. And that was indeed what they were wearing. And then of course they have taken off, so you do not have to. At this point, they basically they only physically attacked you when you came up to them, and so then that was kind of when it happened.
They were trying to provoke a strong feeling, and they got one.
They did. They absolutely did. I'm going to just remind folks before as we're slipping into the turns here that currently the adversary has 12 appearances, about eight boxes possibly. And it currently has the afflictions Nessie Knows and Something to be Gained. Those are the two afflictions that it currently that the adversary currently has. Also, keep in mind things that no one has blown yet mechanically. The secrets are still available to everyone if they want to use those mechanically. That's dramatic revelation within the scene that is relevant to the scene. That will allow you to succeed. Also, your resources. I don't think anyone has used their resources for anything yet. They can be used primarily for edges, but then also, if you want to burn the resources, they can also be used for more than that, depending on which kind it is. The level you can get of help from it. So, Dante, you are on the lawn near Castle Urquhart. The motorcycle gang is pulling off. There is still this heavy mist about, with that seems to be pouring somewhat. Its advance stopped once it got to sort of the edge of the castle, for the most part. Not that it couldn't move further, but it just has decided to kind of sit there, and it seems to be waiting in some anticipatory fashion. There's something in the mist that is waiting in some anticipatory fashion for something. And that is, I think, the scene as it is currently. Dante is there, Ivory is there, and Jan is there. What would you, Dante, like to do? It is your turn.
If I recall correctly, Jan and I are outside of the castle courtyard. We're out by the road.
Yeah.
And Ivory is still on the inside.
Yeah, you can still see and hear Ivory because you were communicating.
Yeah. And I think that I would spit out a little blood, who knows where it came from. I would probably reach out to Jan and like get help standing up.
Yeah.
And what was that all about?
The hired goons meant to intimidate us, and then you got beaten fairly badly by them.
Yeah, I remember that part, but why was they here? Who hired them?
I mean, probably somebody who wants to get in our way. We're spies.
Right. Oh, we shouldn't leave Ivory in there by herself. Come on, it's Nessie. And like, I will sort of like, I would say hustle, but it's more like limp, but like try to be cool about it.
I'll help you. Like I was a member of the Coast Guard. I was on a nuclear icebreaker.
Nice.
And so I'll help you. I can do that.
Just like, a little bit of a like sort of come back into the courtyard to see what's happening. Because we don't want to leave Ivory by herself with like Nessie. That could be bad.
Yeah.
Fine. It'll be fine.
Maybe.
What happened? Are the guys still here?
No, they left.
Just like beat us and left. They beat you up and left. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. And I think coming in was like, but what's this have to do with Finley? Did you think this after him too, or what?
Well, he's with Keegan Walker. I talked to him. I told you that, right? I talked to him. I'm a little fuzzy. Like I literally got electrocuted last session, so I'm a little bit confused.
And I feel like this is being said in the earshot of Ivory.
Yes. Yes. I talked to Finley. He is with Walker. He believes he is doing the right thing for peace. Whatever that means.
They always do.
I think if he was working with the Russians, he wouldn't be saying that. But
yeah,
I trust Finley.
But I don't feel like the boss is going to trust Finley, so we got to get some sort of maybe we should ask,
Nessie?
Right, yeah. I don't know if she's got like a formal name. Let me think about it.
You could ask that. Probably couldn't. How good is your Scottish Gaelic? Scottish Gaelic.
I grew up in Brixton, so
Does that mean good or bad?
I'm gonna just ask, just ask if just unless you want to ask. I mean, you could ask if you want to ask, but I
have other questions that I think are more important.
All right. I mean, so I just want to ask her if she. Do you want to ask? Because if you want to ask, I could ask him unless you want to ask. I mean, because I ain't bothered if you wanted it,
Look, you ask, and I'll back you up if someone comes through to kick your ass again. How about that?
I'll let him win. I'll let him.
Look, I know how it is.
Yeah.
I know how it is. It's okay. It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Right. Yeah.
Well, happens to some of us.
Yeah.
You got this.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hand you a handkerchief.
I like a wipe, like a bunch of like mud splatter and like bruised up. Trying to make myself look a bit presentable. And I sort of walk up a little. We're in a courtyard. There's mist. You've tried to find it.
The mist is actually even closer to the front than it was when you were in here a moment ago.
Yeah, because it pressed me back towards the folks with the the patches.
And I think I sort of turned and was like, oh, and there it is, right? Like, oh, by the way, this attack is going to be not bold, but the other one.
The sure attack.
The sure attack
Yes.
is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
For reasons. I'm going to say, if you don't mind, with all due respect, we could wait as long as you like before we could get audience. We would humbly request an audience if you don't mind. We have there's a bit of a problem, and one of our number, who is, as far as I am aware, acquainted with you, is in a bit of a pickle. People think that he's Mr. Finley, think that he's Morgan Finley is, well, doing the dirty, that sort of thing. And we've got reason to believe that perhaps you, in your wisdom and your power as somebody who's, the person whose land this is and whose space this is, might have had contact with Morgan Finley, and we just want to know whether or not you've been doing some sort of if you knew what he was up to, because if we could find out what he was up to, and if we could maybe convince our bosses that what he was up to weren't bad, we might be able to make some sort of a peace, or at least, get him off his back for a bit of time, so we can do whatever it is that might be good for all of us. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the targeted affliction, that's what I do afterwards, right? Because I'm doing the sure, not the bold.
No, that is the attack. If you are targeting the affliction,
yes.
You don't have to worry about bold or anything. You want to come up with an edge, though.
Okay, so
You
I
can
do,
do
I do want, because I want to target the affliction for that.
Yeah. You've got Nessie Nose, which you can. If
Yes.
you do that, then you're going to hit automatically. But are you using an edge?
And the edge will give us an extra stress. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is that this will it'll make sure that a stress happens to it, because then otherwise you're targeting the affliction. So the affliction, it's going to hit, but the affliction's going to be wiped away, going to be crossed out. But then with an edge, then you'll do an actual point of stress.
And so Dante goes, yeah. So if you happen to know what Mr. Finley was up to, what his goals were, at least, that would be very helpful. It might help us be able to make sure that nothing bad happens between any of us. It would be and then Dante says in a very, very, very fluid, ancient Scottish Gaelic.
Son of a bitch.
I'm going to say this not in Scottish Gaelic, but you know what I'm saying. It would be much appreciated as, and the small sort of coin that he always plays with, he sort of holds it up and flashes it, and it has like a crest on the back. I would say as someone who is whose lineage has been shown as a friend of the court, if you might please, as your grace, give us perhaps this indulgence to share with us what knowledge you might have of his motivations and dealings. It might go quite some far way to hopefully make everything work out before all of us. And I do ask, as the current eldest son of the Finley line that will be inheriting, if you don't mind.
So, I assume this was your rare resource, if I recall.
The coin is I can either do my,
or are you
quirk,
using a different edge, or are you using an
I can use, I have more than one. It can either be my quirk for the edge or my my resource.
I think I'd go with, since you're targeting Nessie Nose, I'd go with the quirk, so that way you're not blowing the resource necessarily.
Yeah, it's like this is the badge, right? Just so you know, evidence.
What's the quirk? What's the name of the quirk you use?
Lucky coin, but the coin itself.
I'm sorry, give me a second. Well, Still yes, I'm remembering now because I'm being told by someone who actually knows. I apologize. A quirk cannot, in fact, be an edge. I apologize. My brain my brain is leaking out.
That's fine. I have got. Then it is the. Wait. It's not the. It's not the quirk. What are quirks good for? Oh, for boosts, right?
Yeah. You can use the quirk for boosts. Yeah.
Yes. It's one of my resources, is what it is.
Okay.
Resources can grant or block edges.
It would be my rare resource, friend of the court.
Okay.
Not the barristers, not the queen's court. I mean, a queen's court, but just not.
It's clearly the fake court, right? I mean,
perhaps
obviously.
yes. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes. It's not the Queen Mum. It's not Queen Elizabeth. It's the other one. That one.
As the American, it is never the queen that I think of first.
If it's 75, then you're gonna have to be thinking like a 1975 era drag queen. So you get like a somebody's doing Judy Garland.
Yeah. Now the funny part here is that this, if you were using it even without targeting the affliction, then it would be automatically boosted. Since it's the rare resource you're using.
Does that mean I can keep the resource up?
Well, the
affliction.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you want to see if you hit boosted, then we can go with that.
No. We'll just.
I mean, well, let's say we'll feel this out, right? You were going for a sure attack, right?
Because I wanted
presumably on wits, right?
Wit or charm, either one.
Well, I mean, you're.
Oh yes, wits. Yes,
you're targeting the
wits
of the adversary.
Yes.
You would be coming in with what would your
6?
You'd
be coming in with either mind, because this is from like ancient contracts, or charm because I'm trying to be polite. Will be the same.
Either way, it would end up as a 6. Yeah. So I mean, and that's even if it's boosted.
Yes.
So even if it's not boosted, which if you're doing a sure attack and you were coming in at a 3, that's still gonna hit the wits right now because wits has wear on it.
That's true. So, yes, indeed.
And this will will clear out the
Go ahead.
If you use the affliction, it will not remove the wear on wits.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why I think you were wanting to save the affliction.
Yeah. So I'll use the affliction so we don't do the wear on wits, because other people will then they can. I want to make sure that I want to set people up for success. As I just sort of it's my luck. It's like my lucky coin sort of gives you the it's the crest, the seal, as it were, to let you know about my rare resource.
It opens the door.
So we are using the affliction. Is that?
Yes, I'm using the affliction so we don't clear the wear.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'll be using my rare resource.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and so you've used that as an edge in this circumstance.
Yes.
And yes, so that's gonna hit. It hits automatically. I think. Well, yeah, because you're using
we keep the
affliction. So that is now struck through, which I will just use that. There we go. Okay.
Little X there.
And so the you hear for a moment, it's like this thing in the fog. You hear sort of,
and it's a very polite bow. Like I imagine there's like sort of like that sort of very sort of Renaissance bow, right? That sort of rather than like a good theatrical bow, but like a nice.
The head seems to bow for a moment as well, and it seems to pull back, and as it's pulling back, you hear what sounds very much like the sound of a galloping horse approaching. From where, you're not sure. You did not see a horse. And then for a moment, it looks like you can see a horse that sort of enter the room on the other side where sort of the mist is. It's sort of the mist is slowly pulling back, and this horse is coming in. And then it sort of goes behind it passes behind a pillar as it is galloping into the room. And from the other side of the pillar, you see a gentleman with a long red beard, wearing a sort of light sort of trying to remember the color of this robe. Wine-colored robe. There we go. Wine-colored robe. And sort of steps forward. And the mist is retreating.
My Lord Finvara?
And he sort of steps forward. And he will say, and everyone can hear, it's a little weird when this guy talks. It's like...
That's not the only thing weird.
It's probably not
okay.
the only thing that's weird happening right now.
It's the only thing that's weird.
The only strange thing that is happening is that when this guy talks, his voice seems to reverberate, and it's not exactly in sync with his lips. You're not sure if he's even moving his lips, actually. As he steps forward. And he says, "Your greeting is accepted and returned in kind. You're here seeking this comrade of yours."
Or if not him personally, at least if he is working on your behalf or to fix some sort of slight, if you might know what his motivation is. His behavior has been somewhat suspect by those who might wish to stop him. And if what he's doing is in honor of a contract with you, we would wish to aid, of course, rather than to hinder. But to do so, we would need to know.
And I presume you're speaking to him, continuing in Scots Gaelic?
Mm-hmm.
So you're hearing him respond to you in Scottish Gaelic. Everyone else is hearing him respond in English.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stepping away from Dante. I'm keeping them both in my view because we got some shit going on here.
Ooh, yeah, is Jon hearing Icelandic?
That's a great question.
Oh shit. Also, am I hearing American English for doing this game?
That's a great question. I think that
Yes.
I feel as though I'm trying to decide if that would be, what is their relationship like with the the Icelandic area.
Iceland feels very. I know
Jan
Björk.
is-
I feel like it's very full of fae. I feel like Iceland.
Oh, it is absolutely.
Mhm.
But,
Oh yeah.
the what you're gonna, I mean, Jan is gonna be hearing this in, I think Jan can probably hear this in Icelandic.
Yeah. Join Ivory in being weirded out.
Yes. But so what you're all gonna hear in your various languages, is he came into the High Cairns not long ago. He's been treating with the servants of the Red King. They have him in his he's staying in the Red King's keep.
Oh, I see. Would we
The
be able
Shadow
to get
Castle.
passage? The Shadow Castle. Would we be able to get passage there? And is
We
there
can-
aid we can give?
We may be able to assist you with that, but we do not levy ourselves against the Red King. The interior is his to protect.
We want to keep peace, if that
Protect
is
against
cool.
what?
Yes. Hopefully not us.
Any who would threaten it. There is a long and bloody memory here. In this place, the cairn has it. It is awash in chaos at the best of times. This is why what balance he can maintain is important.
Would you at least know, perhaps a face circle we might be able to travel, use as a portal, a gateway? Things have become so built up that the old passages are somewhat obscured.
I take it you don't want to swim it, he says, glancing back over his shoulder at the lock.
I wouldn't want to be an intrusive guest. I think there are about 5 of us who would be traveling to speak with our comrade, our kin.
Check the sites briefly. Well, I want to get there fast. The old high church is probably best, but you want to get there through a less dangerous route, relatively speaking. That castle corridor, as they call it these days.
The
Just
High Church or
grounds of
Castle corridor?
The grounds there have a way through.
Is there anything that we can do to ensure passage, to at least let them know that we are here to parley as in peace and in cooperation?
Tell them you are here by our leave, by the leave of the law, so long as you do not meddle.
All right. We shall. Much thanks. And as always, my family are loyal servants of the court.
Just do be careful around the cemetery hill to the south. But, and actually he says that he doesn't say to the south, because it's not to the south of here. Do be careful around the cemetery hill. Let's say that there's a bit of a tenuous balance there between the servants of the Red King and the servants of those who had certain arrangements with your family.
I see. Well, hopefully it won't be too awkward. Hope no one is fighting in there. Hope everyone's relationships are going well and they're on the mend. Sometimes it can be a bit stormy, I was told in stories.
Many of them have burrowed deep within the hill and do not seek to come out for another 1,000 years. If something should give them a reason, of course, then it's not going to be good for anyone.
Yes. Is there anything that we might be able to do for you while we are on this side? Well, moving forward, of course.
Yeah, thinks about it. If the servants, if the Knights of the Red King cause you further trouble, you may wish to, there may be a reason. So, saw that they were out here a few moments ago.
Oh, yes.
They, we fear, are about to take too desperate a path. You're not sure what their aim is. They may upset the balance. So, should you find anything out about that, we would appreciate sharing of that.
And indeed we shall. Your patience with us and gracing us with your presence is an honor and much appreciated. And I sort of glance to Ivory
Furious.
and yawn. Just like make sure. And I sort of bow and take a step back, right? Like backwards, not turning my back, but step backwards.
Okay. So the next turn will be over to Ivory to set up, and so you can feel if you want to do more stuff with the weird guy, you can do more stuff with the weird guy, or if you want to do other stuff, feel free.
Do more stuff with a weird guy. All right.
So to ask, that was 2, right? I did 2 out of the.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you use an affliction, then that itself, if you use an affliction and an edge, that's only going to clear out 1. Is that right, or does that actually knock out both?
That's correct. It does 1 point. It removes the affliction and does a point of stress.
Yeah.
So
If I'm understanding, the affliction was sort of there as ablative armor, and it gets knocked off, and then we can get to the boxes underneath.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got
and
it. Okay.
but also the wear is still there. So
Sorry,
they
I had to make my own analogy to make sure I got
No,
it.
that's-
Okay, thank you.
delightful.
The wear is still there,
Okay.
and
Okay.
the adversary is taking another point of stress, and so it's down. It's down to 7 right now. Okay. So Ivory, what do you want to do?
Okay. Can you remind me briefly what the context of the something to be gained affliction is?
Yes, I certainly can.
Sorry.
I
I know that tone.
believe that was. If I recall correctly, I think Vasilisa did that one.
Yes.
And
Okay.
that was the idea that Vasilisa has put out the idea that she is here and ready to return to the fold of the KGB. And let's take a quick moment to just check. We may have hopefully we haven't lost haven't lost Emma
we
permanently,
have
but
lost.
I know
Hopefully
that we've
temporarily
lost,
only.
I know that we've lost her for the moment. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick shuffle here, so that we can redo the faces.
In one box instead of 2.
Yes,
That's
we're
kind of
now
cool.
inhabiting multiple spaces
That's
for us.
in the Fey realm and also in our realm. I feel like that's
right.
Perfect.
I'm Emma. I'm the CEO of WebDM. Catch us weekly on the YouTube.
will
And
do.
subscribe to our Patreon. Kobolds. All right.
Oh my god. So I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and why don't I go ahead and move and head over to break real quick while we're doing this. While I'm resetting the cameras. Do we want just a quick camera reset break, or do we want to just go ahead and do the full break right now?
I'm easy like a Sunday morning.
All right. I'm just going to do a quick break right now.
Okay.
And we will which may turn into a slightly longer break. We'll see what happens. And if it turns into a longer break, I'm going to put an interview on, but we'll see.
Fair point.
But
Okay.
We'll be back shortly whilst chaos is addressed. One moment.
little bit.
All right. Yeah, just so folks are aware, right now, Emma is having internet issues, but hopefully they'll be sorted out sometime soon. We're gonna keep our fingers crossed. But in the meantime, we're going to continue on, and it is still Ivory's turn right now.
Okay. So we've got a very silent Yawn standing next to me,
Yes.
like out of that old D&D movie where they keep forgetting that the absent player's character is there.
Yes.
Jan is around and participating in the background, but
Yes.
is not doing a lot right now.
I think
Okay,
both Jan
so
and
we-
Dante are trying not to be seen by Ivory.
Okay, so Finley is off hanging out with otherworldly types.
Yes. Yeah,
And has
Finley
been
is
able to
apparently
communicate from there.
Yeah, Finley apparently is now is apparently staying in the
Shadow Keep
shadow the shadow castle, which is
of the Red King.
belongs to the Red King.
Is there any other information I want from this weirdo?
I wouldn't call him a weirdo to his face. You know?
Absolutely not.
I-
Okay, so I have a question, Jim. I'm gonna ask you to make up some shit for me,
Nice.
or I can make it up. So I have my rare resource is Forbidden Files,
Mhm.
Mm.
and what I have is genealogy data that the
Oh.
exchange has been collecting about people with psychic abilities.
Yes.
Mm. Mm. Weird.
And this is this is a question. This is also just meta wise
a little concerned about what's in those
question.
files.
a question for you, Trooper.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Is there information about Dante in this folder?
Dante is not registered.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that Dante has had a person that they know make it so that they are not registered at the moment.
Okay. Is there any information about this entity, this person that we are talking to? Are they referenced in this genealogy data? Maybe like, oh, these children of this weird fae person are weirdly tend to have psychic abilities.
The individual you're talking to right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Who I guess I don't have a name for.
Well, this is the interesting question.
Hmm.
I do have let me see if I can pull this up because he does have a name.
I have a question. I just have a question about your genealogy files. I need to clarify one thing about your genealogy files.
Uh-huh.
Are in those files, do you only have people who are officially registered as having psychic powers? Or does it have people like in their family as well?
It has, I don't know. I don't think I have cross-referenced all of that. What I have are partial family trees, partial suspicions of crossing family trees, someone had an affair with somebody in the office, whatever. And it's not necessarily just people who work for the exchange, right? It's who the exchange has been spying on and trying to keep track on. And it's just the 70s. We're not talking
Yes.
genetic data. We're talking
Right,
family trees and
Yes.
fingerprints, whatever the hell, weird
Right.
shit.
It's just a question I have. It's just a question because I'm just asking about your partial data includes like if you had somebody that you were looking into, for example, like I'm gonna just say like a hypothetical. Like say you were interested in Morgan Finley as a hypothetical. I don't know what Morgan Finley's in your files. Let's just say Morgan Finley were as a hypothetical. And you were tracing Morgan Finley's family tree. Would you be only looking for people who are officially registered as psychic? Would there be people who are, for example, maybe not registered as psychic or perhaps theoretically not psychic at all, theoretically, on that list that you have, or only people who are registered officially as psychic? I'm just asking.
I want to ask what your secret question is, but
Just asking.
Oh,
it's I think it's messy. I mean, it's spy data. It's
Yeah.
question marks and
Mhm.
crossed out names, and
is the primary thing of this file genealogy, or does it also cross
the question.
over things like? Does it also try to cover entities, or does it purely stick to, or does it try to stick mostly to, we know these families have X?
Huh. I don't think I consider those mutually exclusive.
Okay, they may
Mhm.
not be, and like you said, it could
Mhm.
be a mess.
I think so. I think given the exchange's experience, they wouldn't be above suspecting interference,
Mhm.
Yeah.
right? So like, was this family meddled with
Yes.
by this
Yeah.
other entity,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe they think crossbreeding is possible. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think I can just say for the record, Dante Jackson's name is not in your files.
okay. Okay. And I don't think my intention was for this not to
Just
be
in
like,
case.
so like this is not like profiles of people. This is not some like massive stash of
Yep.
like who's who. It's
Yeah.
I mean, it's a who's who of family trees,
Yeah.
not a who's who.
You want to figure out who
Yeah.
and just correct me if I'm wrong. You want to
But I would
you
say
want to
that
find out
yeah.
what and if you have anything about the person standing in front of you. Yes, that was what this was relevant
Right.
to.
Yes.
I would say yes, because that person standing in front would have connections with Morgan Finley genealogically,
Potentially.
in terms of entity interference, right? I think that would.
So yeah, there's yeah. As far as you can, I don't know if this is a case of you've happened to have, or maybe it's something where you're going back and you have to look in a briefcase, or you have to look something up, or you have a little notebook that you've got things that you copied over, something in your prepared notes, that you might have in the vehicle, or you might have just somewhere where you can go and look at it. That information is potentially available.
Okay.
Are you going to try to go and look it up? I think is the question.
Yeah, that's the question.
Were you trying to look up stuff before you came over here?
So before going on a trip like this, I would have pulled the short version of my notes and put them in my briefcase. So I've got a larger stash of data hidden in this whatever spyway, wrapped in plastic explosives or some shit. And then I've got my shorthand notes, probably focused on Finley, probably focused on this crew of weirdos I'm working with, and some of that background information that we have sitting between us, Jim.
So, yes.
Yes.
So I think that probably I'm guessing you would have done this was probably part of your prep when you were getting things set up to summon Nessie in the first place. So you would have looked into Urquhart Castle and all of that. This manifestation you're seeing right now is not directly necessarily what they might consider a fae. The lineage gets a little weird. He is Pictish.
Okay.
And actually, to all accounts, if he is who this is like an echo of, and I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation again. My apologies. This could be an echo of King Bride the First. There are certain similarities, or someone of his line, who has been around for some time and existing now as a spiritual entity. There is some confusion as in the files as to whether or not this is like a ghost, or if this is an a being. I really should have listened to words before I started this today. A being known as an Ikruski,
Okay.
which is sometimes a sea creature, sometimes a horse, sometimes walking as a person. The files are a little confused as to whether it's that person, whether it's that royal person, or if it's sea creature. Maybe a bit of column A, maybe a bit of column B. Hard to say.
Okay.
But he approached as a horse, possibly. So.
Okay. And
they're often mistaken for I think the Kelpies. But anyway.
okay. And the relationship with Finley.
I think genealogically, Finley connection would not be with this one, but
not with this one. Okay, but with
a
the
different thing.
The red. Okay.
No, not with the Red King.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So not the same. Okay, then.
Which is a bit disconcerting, actually. is what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. There have been, now your files also probably talked about, there were area fae that there was a fae court here up until like at least 100 years ago. But they've kind of, from your understanding, is that they've kind of been quiet for like the last century. But yeah, there are also fae around, and they probably would be closer in lineage to the what we've been talking about, or what we specifically haven't been talking about.
Well, we have not been talking about. Yeah. That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so what I have here is a weird little British traitor. I have a horse ghost man picked. I have a potential journey out of this world.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to make a move. How do I change the situation? Okay. Let me ask this entity. Actually, okay, so Dante said some stuff. Some stuff in language I do not know. One of which I know was, if there's anything we can do to be of service, but Ivory doesn't. The response to that, I don't think restated the question, and did not say clearly what it is that we could do. Okay.
Yeah. Well, what they said was, if we get information about what is going on with the Red King, sharing that would be useful.
That would be useful.
Because of the balance, it looks like they're doing something that would maybe upset the balance.
Yeah. They also basically told you, if you want to get to the Red King, they gave you 2 points of entry into the
the High Church, which is faster but more dangerous, and Castle Conway.
Cawdor. I said it kind of briefly.
Cawdor. Okay. I mean, I hate to just abandon this interesting person here, but
well, you know how to talk to him again if you want to.
This is true. I'll say Ivor will say, well, sir, thank you for your time. I apologize for the terribly awkward way in which I requested your presence and, butchered your language. We're going to take the church route. Dante, let's go.
And you can just see like Dante look to Jan for like help, and just sort of like slightly internally curl inside, because that was a tone.
Now, Out of character, are we okay with this risk?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So the church is that the marker that's like way the hell off somewhere?
So the church is actually in the
the church is in town.
Is in town. I'll go ahead and once again display it here for folks. That the
old high
church. It's up by this sort of this bend in the river, of which there are many. But that's sort of when it takes a little bit of a slight westerly loop before it straightens out again, heading toward the ocean. That is where the old high church is. If anyone, I've received a little bit of instructions. If anyone wants to know what Jan is doing something involving tracking people right now.
Oh.
Okay.
Jan is fiddling with devices, not right in the castle because that would be bad.
Yeah.
But
well, we should probably just move towards where Jan is so that it feels safer for everyone to have witnesses.
I'll take Jan with us. So, okay. Yeah, I wish I could think of a way to leverage home skill here for something, but not in my wheelhouse, I don't think. So
no worries.
Let's get ourselves, oh God, the old communication route. How do we cast the net to gather people up when you don't have cell phones?
You have agreed to meet.
We've agreed to meet, yeah.
We have agreed to meet.
Or you've been told ahead of time where people are going.
Yes.
We have a meetup place.
You know that I think
I would imagine we would probably have a place to go if things go poorly.
Yeah.
Right?
I will mention something briefly. Would Vasilisa have let anyone know about the football game?
Vasilisa would have let everyone know in a somewhat obnoxious and overbearing way. She'd be like, we should go to the football game. My favorite teams are playing and your favorite teams are playing. No, trust me, they're your favorite teams. Please.
Okay. Vasilisa is at the football game that is currently going on. You know that much. Yeah. And so Digger knows. So potentially you folks are going to are looking at meeting up back there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Digger's already in town, so he would like after his middling success, he's probably making his way towards the pitch.
Yeah. Just going to stride right out onto the pitch while they're playing, and
no one will see him. It's fine. Yeah.
A little bit of disguise, you know.
Yeah, it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Digger, all Digger has to do is get the referees red and yellow cards. No one will say anything.
It's not a problem.
Excellent. So,
oof, I'm having a hell of a time figuring out what my attack is here.
Okay.
So
do you want
the situation
do
feels
you want to have
slippery.
a chat with everybody first, or do you in character, or do you want to? Okay, so I'll let you know that where you are now at this point, as you're sort of approaching the place where the pitch is. Dang it!
Is that an awkward drive? I'm just asking.
In the I'll say you can share now or you can share later. I'm mostly interested in the language and who you're working for.
I'm working for the exchange really, but language is a different, there's calculations going on in Dante's mind, which is car has fewer people in it, now has fewer people, later might have more people. And so it's that kind of how much needs to be said, how much can just not be said. Will Ivory push If she does, will she push later when Vasilissa's there? In which case, that might be bad. There's like a lot of like, yeah. There's just a lot of calculation of when to say what where. Jim, may I ask a question?
You may ask a question.
Yes, I'm going to assume that this is not an attack on my part. I'm going to assume, looking at the names of Scottish Gaelic Fae Court, the group that Finley's family is more aligned to is probably Nicknevin, the queen of the Fae. Now, of course, there's more than one name, right? She could be Nicknevin. Or
I didn't mean to take us down a rabbit hole.
No. Or Jar Carling. Some people would say Mab, like or Hecate. There's like a couple different names for that particular figure. Would that
First
be
off,
accurate?
as rabbit holes go, I think you need to check who it is you're talking to right now, and know that this was inevitable. But Nicknaven?
Yeah, Nicknaven. Would that be accurate?
Let me check.
Because there are about 4 different names for this person, 3 attached, right? There's debate whether Nicknaven is Hecate, or Jal Carling, and that's like a 3 that people kind of put together. But then there's also Mab, so there's some debate about whether or not the Queen of Fae within the Scottish Lowlands mythology is Mab or Nicknaven.
I would like to, on this occasion, steer away from Mab just simply because I would like to operate in somewhere that has clearer conceptual real estate available.
Yeah.
So
that be Nicknaven?
So that would probably be Nicknaven, yes.
Okay. Just need a name. Yes.
We will go with that.
Okay. I feel like what's probably important to share. Yeah.
Sure. I'll take a 3-sentence summary.
Well, let's just go with the more pertinent things. The fella right there sort of mentioned that we's attacked by the Knights of the Red King. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jon, yeah, he said, didn't you, Jon? Yeah. Said that Finley was out there with just.
That's 2 sentences and you haven't said much.
Well, and a fella up there, that sort of in the nest, said that Finley was now, he could be found over there with the Red King in his shadow castle. So that
you know what? We'll save it for later.
Well, no, wait. We're going to be seeing Vasilisa real soon, so maybe we should not. I'm just saying that,
Oh, it's Vasilisa you're afraid of?
No, I ain't afraid of nobody. Just theoretically, there's a Red King, right?
Are you Scottish?
No. Red King. Then there's always a queen, yeah? Nicknaven, and let's just say that they don't get along very well. One might have heard. Those interesting files you got there. What's them about? I've seen some interesting names in there. What's that all about in the files?
All right. You know what? This can wait. Young sir, we will do this later.
I got a question. What them files about? I just was wondering.
Actually, maybe you can help me think of how we might spook some knowledge out of Finley with this once we find him.
Sure. Yeah. Is this files about Finley?
Some information about Finley. It's about Finley's family.
Oh.
It's about family of people like us.
Supernatural things in there?
Mm-hmm. Well, people with supernatural abilities.
Oh. What kind of names in there? Have you seen any names like, I'm just gonna make up a name just is the name in there like Nicknaven? Is that name in there? Maybe? In your files?
Look, Dante. I'll draw you up your own family tree later, all right?
No need. I'm just saying that if, for example, in your files, there was a Nick Naven sort of like somehow associated with Finley, if that was in there, then I'd say, oh, Nick Naven, that sounds to me like the Queen of the Fae. And that sounds to me like Finley's whatever is somehow aligned or friendly with the Nick Naven, which would be pretty weird if Finley right now is hanging out with the Red King, because the Red King and the Nick Naven is not, there's not so friendly right now. So that would be a bit strange. So I'm saying
Suggests setting up some sort of war, some sort of conflict between them.
Yep, it would.
With nukes.
Yeah. And our friend from the nest said, that we got to avoid the people from the Nick Naven because they's not really friendly with the Red King right now. And that's quite distressing if your files say anything about Finley being a sort of attached or friendly with in some way Nick Naven, because that would sort of imply that he's sort of double crossing, and that would be bad. You don't want to double cross Fae royalty ever.
Okay, so let's make my attack an information gathering.
Mm-hmm.
And my forbidden files will give me an edge.
Okay.
But and of course will be part of the source of where that information is coming from. But I'm going to boost with my tie with Dante.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that makes it a bold attack, mind attack, against wits of a 6.
Okay.
With an edge.
Well.
And it is basically, we're sitting in the back of this car, blank sheet of paper in my lab notebook, and we are drawing out the connections here between this king, this queen, who did what to who, sexually or otherwise.
Yeah, and it's all, and my part is all like, theoretically, maybe your files might have this name here or something, maybe a couple hundred years, just theoretically, and then like, oh, look, that name might be in your files, actually. Just that kind of a thing.
And I will not bust your balls. I'm just drawing.
Yeah.
This information's being collected.
Yeah. And there's just, it's very careful. It's always about 300, 400 years ago. It's like, theoretically.
Of course.
Just guessing. Yes. I just have a lot of really good guesses, is what it is.
Okay. All right.
Good guesses.
So that's ooh. I don't think I have anything that I can counter this with either. So
2 boxes.
It's gonna do 2 boxes. Also,
where goes right?
Remarkably, so that'll do the 2 boxes to it. So a couple of interesting things as you're sort of plowing through your notes, and you're sort of trying to figure out, okay, Finley versus this versus, so versus sort of the families in the area, and you stumble across points in sort of the history, or trying to, now that you know Red King, who's the Red King? How does this make sense? And understanding that these bikers apparently serve the Red King. And so Finley must in some way be making use of them, trying to kind of either through genuine help or through manipulation, as is his wont. And that you realize that you come to 2 conclusions, right? And this is just a general thing, really. If they're Scottish nationalists, then, which they kind of looked like, because they also had the flag on the front of their on the front of their.
So these are secessionists, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean when you say?
Yes.
Okay.
If they had the flag on the front of their jackets. If they are, then Finley is probably deceiving them in some fashion. If Finley is, well, maybe. If Finley, depending on how closely Finley is trying to work with Olegovich. Because they would not be down with accepting help from the Soviets. That's one thing. The other thing that you realize is how tied into this area that they probably are. Because as you're looking through and you realize you're eliminating ideas and you realize, okay, point of entry for that, he mentioned Cawdor Castle for some reason, and you're looking through.
That's the safer way to go.
That's the safer way to go.
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking through the information you have about Cawdor. You just stumble across it real quick and you realize that there's just a there's a very roughly sketched map that someone got after Digger was talking to them after the last time he was up here during his debriefing, his initial debriefing. And there's a little sort of cauldron over there that someone has marked on it. And then you sort of put 2 and 2 together and you realize that the Red King is essentially got to be, based on what you have here, a version of Macbeth. And I think that is a good place for us to take a quick break. I have the second part of the interview ready and keyed up from 2019.
Oh God, that's us. That's me.
Yes, with Melissa and Greg talking about Rosette Diceless. And so we will be back after that. See you folks shortly.
Because the Panini 2019 was just like a couple months ago.
Yeah, it was a very short time ago.
Yeah.
But a hair's breadth away. See you shortly. We're back with Melissa and Gregory Avery-Weir, the creators of Rosette Diceless. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the game and the process that has unfurled and stuff you can do with it. I've been lucky enough to be able to participate in some of the playtesting of this game as it's progressed throughout the years that it was being worked on. So what manner of stuff have you done in your experience with Rosette Diceless?
Well, I just actually wrote up a summary of our home game for our blog, where in that game, which is the one that you played in, Jim, we're on a space station, mostly in a sci-fi future where there are a bunch of weird aliens and robots and dimension crossing occurring. And that's been fun. It's been fun to be able to use the system to do some very high stakes stuff that's often decently political, like dealing with countries interacting and governments and cultures, where sometimes the characters are doing something very dramatic and sometimes the characters are just, throwing a party or attending a street food festival. And being able to do that within the same rules and kind of the same low-level narrative stakes, right? Like it's just as exciting to run the beach episode session as it is to run the session where you're threatening each other with guns, and the scale of the narrative is bigger, but you're still you're able to focus deep or go broad.
Yeah, one of the things I've loved about the way the system has interacted with this game, and I just finished a very long-running Dungeons and Dragons 4E game, so the game ran for a decade, so I kind of have D&D on the brain a little bit, but something I love is that we can just make aliens. There's not like this sense of like monsters that need stats with like a particular kind of template. It's like it's very easy to say this is what an adversary or what any kind of like whether it's a PC or not. It's like you pick your traits, you pick your skills. There's not a whole lot of worrying about matching levels or anything like that. So it's allowed us to do this space campaign where I try to introduce a lot of aliens or strange planets, as Jim does as well.
I couldn't stop myself.
It's
Great.
perfect.
We're still using them.
It's so great. Would love it. And that's something that I feel like could be more difficult in a different system. And as long as, there's still kind of the consensus factor, right? Like depending on what you're introducing culturally or whatever, that can still get tricky. Or you can just be like, I'll make an alien and we'll flesh out the background later. So I think that's been a lot of fun. And we've discovered a lot of stuff in this process of running this game. We started writing what we call supplemental materials, which are a set of articles, sort of like, hey, we played this and we found that we were kind of having trouble figuring out how to use secrets. So secrets are something where you have a question that other people probably want to know the answer to, but it's a secret. So you need to find some interesting way to reveal it. But it's easy to like make a secret that you hold on to too long, or like try to like super dramatically set up. And it's like, no, just here are some ways to like, maybe it's not a good secret or whatever. So we write articles kind of based on things we found in playtesting that's like, maybe we don't need to like amend the book necessarily, or release a new version of the book, but here are some scenarios you might find yourself in. So that's been a lot of fun, and our space game has been one of the drivers of that.
And since it's very since we're focusing a lot on the narrative arcs and the moment to moment of play and not a whole lot of setting material, it's pretty versatile. And so like for your channel, Jim, Melissa ran the Southern Gothic horror game where all the characters were humans, and like it works for both fancy aliens and also people attending a southern picnic. And
it sort of founding OSHA.
Yes, that was delightful. Yeah, for folks who want to check that out, that's actually in the mini campaign collections on the VODs. That's actually the first thing in there because I put them in chronologically. So that's was a 2-part scenario that Melissa came and ran for us called "Still Waters Run Deep," and it was a delight.
It went some places.
Yes. And I do love that about the system, that it is flexible enough that you can do things like that where you're playing sort of investigators of the weird, which is to a certain extent sort of what the scenario folks today are playing. It's more a paranormal spy thriller that they're playing today. But you can do that, and you can play something that's fairly grounded, or that's grounded with certain supernatural aspects, or you can go out into space and play all manner of different aliens. And I was just still amazed that I was able to play a collective consciousness in that game. Bunch of millions of tiny creatures, microscopic creatures controlling a single thing.
That's excellent.
Speaking of microscope, one of the things that we did in the space campaign was we used the microscope system to create the world, because we did not include world creation system mechanics in Rosette Diceless, where like there's a ton of things that do this better, well established, right? Dawn of Worlds, microscope, pick one, they're great. So instead of trying to shoehorn this in or come up with something on the fly, we just ran, I think we probably took us 3 sessions, but we did this kind of historical timeline using microscope, and we're able to use that as background for the campaign. So being able to mix and match systems and not feel like we didn't feel like we had to force the results of microscope into the game, right? Or the reverse. So that kind of thing has worked well. I could see some other ways in which you might piece together other systems as either interstitials, or you want to run a special kind of thing for a bit, and you could switch off and it wouldn't be in conflict with running something in Rosette Diceless.
Yeah, it is very adaptable that way. So yeah, it's something I highly recommend for use with Rosette Diceless. Just basically grab your favorite world builder, do it, and it's gonna port over pretty easily. So that was always very cool. Well, folks, thank you so much for coming and talking about this. I really appreciate it. Folks who are looking to pick up Rosette Diceless, what should they do?
You can go to rosetterpg.com, and you can either get it from itch or Amazon or Drive-Thru RPG. your preference, in either PDF or print,
You can get all the rest of our stuff at futureproofgames.com.
which are mostly video games.
Yes.
Although we have one other cute little role-playing system that Greg has made. So.
Excellent. And you folks also have a Twitch channel, yes?
Yeah, we mostly do our own stuff on our own channels, but we do every 2 weeks or so we do a Future Proof Plays, where we play a little indie video game and then talk about our own work and do like sort of armchair game design analysis as we're playing.
Yep.
Awesome.
So that's twitch.tv.
TV.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'm username AveryMD, and
I'm Gregory Avery-Weir.
Yep. So we try to play games we can finish in the 2 to 4 hour range, which is tough. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you again so much for coming, and we're going to head back to me, undoubtedly saying something absolutely terrifying to people soon. We'll see. See you in a bit.
Cool system.
I think so.
Yeah.
Definitely. And we are back. Thank you all so much for hanging on. We are coming toward the climax of this thing, as it has been discovered that the Red King, in whose castle, in whose shadow castle, Finley is currently hiding, being held. We're not sure exactly. It's that the Red King is a version of Macbeth, who there was a play about him and all of that sure folks are kind of familiar with. But then also Macbeth, as you've been looking in genealogical files and such, historical files, an interesting thing to note is that Macbeth was what one might consider the the last of the Gallic kings. So that when he died, certain other things about Scotland's independence, also certain avenues for Scotland's independence, died with him. But I'm just randomly mentioning that for no apparent reason aside from people that you've been fighting. But everyone's going to be approaching the Telford Street Park. Was there something in? I'm sorry. Before
I will put it this way: Dante is running through names in his mind.
Gotcha.
He's running through social registers to try to figure out something in case he can think of it.
I will hand you the notebook and pen in case, no pressure, legitimately, you decide to write some of those names down.
Because he's like, okay, if last of the Gallic Kings, then just like, okay, then who would? Because side note, out of character, one of my ex's, their mother is Scottish American and is part of some sort of Scottish American cultural association that do like Highland games and whatnot. But they also, now please note, they're American, born in America. If there's somebody who was born in Scotland, it was quite some time ago. And they invite the current pretender to the Scottish throne to high teas, and their organization agitates for the return of this pretender to the throne of Scotland and they want Scotland to become sort of an independent country with an absolute monarch. And I think this is hilarious because they're not Scottish, they do not have Scottish citizenship, and they do not live there, but there is a Scottish pretender to the throne today who's going to these like weird American clubs and having high tea with them, and which means there is probably a pretender to the throne along this line somewhere in 1975. And what Dante's trying to do is trying to figure out, okay, who is that person? Because that person is probably in social registries. So this is what, like, as we're driving, Dante's doing, okay, who would that person be right now? So that's Dante's sort of what Dante's doing in concentration. It's like, okay, there's a cotillion. Who is there? Okay, like just kind of like going through, right? There's a book. I can't remember what the name of the book is. There's a book that there's like the famous like British Isles nobility book with all the names of all the fancy people.
The peerage.
Something's peerage.
Something like
Burke's
that.
peerage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that came up in that came up in the regiment.
It did actually. Burke's peerage. Yeah. So like he's like going through his Burke's peerage at the moment, because as a poor kid from Brixton, that is the kind of information that you just tend to have at the top of your head.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But as we are heading, as we're barreling toward Vasilissa's turn, I will describe you folks are heading toward Telford Street Park. Which I'm going to again show briefly on the map. The thing, of course, about Telford Street Park is that in the real world it no longer exists. So if you want to see a photo of it, I've pinned a photo on the map. But there's not a lot of as much available right now. But I'm gonna ask. So Vasilisa, do you want your companions to arrive before you? You're going to have an opportunity to talk to someone. Do you want your companions to be there for that, or do you want to have this conversation before this happens?
So, as a player, the conversation will happen before they arrive. Vasilisa assumes they're all there already because she invited them.
Excellent. Okay. So at some point, I have
faith in my friends.
At some point during this scene, they might arrive, but we'll leave that up to the spirit of things.
And no, Vasilisa lives her life as if they're there at all times. That's how she gets through the day.
That's actually quite sweet.
That is very sweet.
Yeah. So the thing being that and the disturbance that you caused made it so that this individual can't sneak up on you. So
Jim, I see you, Jim. Jim, I see you. I see you. Don't think I don't see you right now. I see you.
I would say, and I know it doesn't really matter, but it is fairly easy to sneak up on Vasilisa. She is not so aware at all times. I know that's not part of the sequence, but in character, she's pretty oblivious.
That's fair. That's fair. So it's going to be a thing where you're probably going to go over and take your seat. Do you take your assigned seat?
If there's any open seats.
No, there are plenty of other open seats if you want to take not your assigned seat.
It's like me, like when I was a child at baseball games, Tidewater Tides, go Tides. Go right down to the front if it's open.
Okay. Yeah, no, there is a spot near the front because again, you can sit pretty much anywhere you would like in this place because you have A, you created a disturbance and you have the advantage, and B, everybody here loves you now.
Of course.
So, yes, absolutely. So you're going to see kind of approaching as the game is happening. And the game has been happening after a fashion for a little while now. It is late afternoon, getting into evening. And you see there's like this there's this little wall, right, between the front of the of the stands and the field. And people are up cheering. Someone comes by, someone came by selling something, selling crisps. And banners and crisps. And or either Caledonia or Thistle, depending upon which team you support.
One of both.
Yeah, buttons also are available. And scarves you have to get at the clubhouse. They are not authorized to resell scarves. I don't know if that's true, but I imagine it would be. So after a sort of a cluster of folks, this sort of cluster passes, you'll see sort of sitting on this wall, this little sort of low wall, not quite within arm's reach of you, a little bit further away, sort of taking a seat. You see someone you recognize. Her name is Selena. And her name is Selena.
Spelled with a C or an S?
With an S.
Okay.
Selena Zakharovna. You know that's not the name she's going by while she's here. She's wearing sunglasses, and she's got a sort of a leather jacket thrown over. She's wearing jeans. Right now, she looks fairly casual. You know, she's a techie. From what you recall, she's a bit of a techie. Also, does a certain degree of liaison work. And it has been some time since you have seen her, but you do recognize her. And for purposes again, so I just want to give you the setup here so that you can prepare your attack here. But she's going to basically be sitting there. And just kind of casually sitting there, smoking, whilst people are kicking the football around the field behind her.
Okay.
And she will. She just sort of looks over, glances back up at the. She says, "A little exposed, isn't it?"
It's the only way.
you can be safe in this situation, Ms. Zarakova. You are aware that he compromised you, sold you out 3 times over, and their eyes are fixed on you and not me.
Out of character, Vasilisa's a bit of a manipulative liar.
Really?
With all the confidence in the world.
I am shocked. Shocked.
Me too. I sent your letter along. I just want to know if it's genuine.
Do you want to know off the record? Or will you report these things to others?
Darling, I couldn't give a damn, you know. But, for his sake, he wants to know. It's genuine.
Ms. Zarakova, you know, and I know, that it would be impossible for me to send him a genuine letter. I will be honest with you because you are not the one who's going to take a knife to the heart. You are not the one who will take 3 bullets to the head, one for its own unique, distinct, and purposeful reason. And I need you to know this, because if you do not cooperate, you might find yourself in such a way.
So I assume that you're doing some form of, are you doing some form of attack here, basically, to,
Yes, essentially, I'm trying to manipulate her to compromise her and get her on my side.
Mhm.
Because think of it this way. You can deal with Olegovich and it'll be more of the status quo, or you can side with Vasilisa. She's coming off as if she has the upper hand. The game's over. It ended weeks ago. Season's over. Your team has lost. No chance to qualify for the playoffs. It's over. The nukes are already on their way.
excellent, okay. So this is, I presume, a charm attack?
Yes, it is.
Alright. So are you doing a bold attack or a sure attack?
Bold attack.
Alright. And what are you using for it?
My inherent attack.
Oh, yes, yes.
The Master of Deception.
Okay. Alright. That's the thing, so it's always boosted.
Yes.
And, do you want to, are you attacking with an edge?
I would very much like to attack with an edge.
I definitely feel as though you've got credible threat going for you, if you want to use that one.
I have credible threat going, but I'd also like to lean into obligation. And if I might, in character, do you remember those many nights ago when I covered for you? When your third husband needed to be dealt with, and you never heard from him again. Interesting how the estate passed to you and not the powers that be, almost as if his name remained on the books, and a phantom served in his place, fulfilling every duty.
All right. Now, the so what is the number you're coming in with?
So let's walk through this. So I've used my edge, and I'm always boosted, and my base charm is 4.
Okay, so that's going to be 8.
8 with a bonus damage, right? Unless
Basically, the edge is gonna cause the bonus damage. And I feel like this is an attack on nerve.
Yes.
Kind of where I think this is probably gonna land. So yeah, that's gonna hit, and again, yeah, anything I do here is not going to not gonna do much. Let me just check something.
You love to see it.
I do love to see it.
Yep.
It's true.
No, that's gonna get through. Okay, so I don't have anything to block the edge with either. So and this is if I had spun her off into her own expert, then there would be more taking down to do here. But for various reasons, including time purposes, I'm not doing that. So yeah, you've done damage. And you've done another 2 boxes of damage. So at that point, she's gonna just sort of be sitting there. She's like, I didn't know that was you. That was you?
If you knew for certain, then your life might become more difficult. But just know, Vasilisa makes things happen. Or did you think me just a ballet choreographer?
No, I knew you weren't just a ballet choreographer, but I knew you weren't just that, darling. But I didn't think. He told me other things. He took. But I see now. Sometimes it's like he will say, just offhandedly say things. He said it in a way that it made me think that he was more responsible for it. But you know how he can be sometimes. He's very a bit laissez-faire with it, as they say to the south. All right. He's not here yet. He's coming in to collect someone. He's got there's an agent here he has who is doing a trade. Once the trade is taken care of, then I'm supposed to get on the boat as we rotate in, and he is supposed to get on the boat as well, and he will be on that boat. So the agent he is coming to meet this agent personally. It's apparently someone very important. To the phone, he doesn't even tell me much about it. But Olegovich, she'll not say it. Cesar is going to be coming on the boat. The boat's coming in tomorrow night at midnight. In that canal back there. She says, gesturing with her head toward the canal. They come at midnight, they get their business done. They're supposed to be out by about 3 a.m.
Do you have the name of the agent?
And, let's see, would she have the name? in the books we are we are going. Trying to think how clever would they be about this, or how to. Let's be more direct here. I have initials. It is for our bookkeeping. It's MF.
Morgan Finley.
I don't know. I've been stuck in a room with a radio for 2 weeks now.
I shall leave you to get back to your radio, unless you wish to enjoy the rest of the game. And I motion to the empty seat next to me.
Oh no, I got time. He gave me time off for this, and she said she will but
I've hand her the chips.
Yeah, she'll sit
and a
down.
banner.
Yeah, she'll sit down. And
soda.
I think that I think she'll stay for a few minutes, but as your companions approach, she will probably suddenly become very scarce.
My companions wouldn't recognize her, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm going to take her hand, if I may, and just be, look, beautiful girlfriend. And just have her with me.
Beautiful girlfriend indeed.
Beautiful girlfriend.
And she will put her arm around Vasilisa, and without skipping a beat, she will turn. She will extend her hand, and in a perfect English accent, will say, "I'm Isabella."
Vela? Yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm Ivory.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Dante.
Pleasure.
Miss. And I'm gonna sort of sit like one rope, like as if like we were not planning to be here together, but like just like row right behind and a little bit to the left. So like it's not obvious we're hanging out together, but we are within touching distance if needed. And we can chat. But just in case they're assassins, which there might be.
I mean, there are.
It's just really says,
like other than us, yeah.
Yeah. It's just Vasilisa is who it is. That's it. Yeah.
So, you now have a timetable and information. Jan, we would ordinarily be at Jan's turn right now. Jan has pinpointed where that truck is, has put a tracer on that truck, and so you're able to know exactly where where they currently have it.
So you go to Castle Cawdor.
Yeah, the truck probably is. Yeah, the truck probably is going to be heading to Cawdor sometime soon. Not directly, but probably have to pick up some people across the canal first.
Yeah.
No. The next.
Take the.
Yeah.
Well, I want to give you all the opportunity to chat for a moment, but the adversary is next.
Okay.
Yeah, I catch everybody up. No need to drag it out, but I make sure I catch everybody up with the name that I got. Guy named Turnbull is in charge of the biker thugs that have been harassing us, and I also point out that you can just about see his place from here. It's over. It's right on the canal.
Yeah.
Turnbull?
Yeah.
Turnbull.
Yeah. That name does sound slightly familiar, by the way.
Yeah.
to Dante, who's been thinking about things like this.
Yeah. And and Dante's just sitting there, and like you can hear him mumbling in if you don't know any of the languages, stuff you do not recognize. If you are, I don't know, the GM or interested, going through like, okay, modern Gaelic. Let me roll back. Okay, Middle Gaelic. Okay, in Old Gaelic. Like just kind of like going through names, like going through. Well, also trying to like, and then he's like, picks up the book that Ivory was like, you could write in it, and like, he's just like tracing some of the lines. He's like, do you think we could go to the library at some point in time real quick? Like, I mean, we got like a bit of time. I just gotta check a couple of things. I want to see Burke's Peerage. I got a couple questions. You don't mind, right? Yeah.
Before we go?
Yeah.
To the church?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, quick. I mean, if it's fine with the rest of you, I guess, but
it would be nice. It'd be nice. It's just, I just gotta check something. I'm a little bit depending on what we find, I might tell you some things, depending. I mean, if I don't find nothing, then there's nothing to tell. If I do find things, then there might be things to tell. You know what I mean? Hopefully go take a quick peek at the gander at the books and all that sort of thing, and there won't be nothing to tell, and everything's fine. And we can just go right on as if everything is just as it was, as it were.
Vasilisa has not blinked this entire time that Dante has been talking, and just makes a note and goes, you sit with a more perfect posture when you are thinking so intently.
Do I? Weird.
It's very interesting. Like your posture, it's like a professional violinist, a piano man. It's quite.
Often, like his posture becomes like the worst posture you could ever imagine at that moment.
Like a 10-year-old sliding out of their seat.
Yeah, and kind of a posture that like nobody has posture that bad, but it's just like the more she mentions how great his posture is when he's thinking hard, like just like.
So, do we want to go and see what's going on with Morgan Finley? You are muted, Brian.
Sorry. No, we do not. But we're going to have to, aren't we?
I mean, could be fun, right?
When we went to that place together, I did learn that your definition of fun and mine are different. So yes, it will be fun
for one of us or both of us. Does anyone not want? Does anyone think we should not go in a real sense?
What do you think about spirit possession? What do you think about that? Is that spirits possessing people? Like,
is that something that's going to happen?
No, I'm just wondering if it like, have you heard things about spirit possession? Like,
yeah, sure, Dante.
What? No, not that. It's different. It's like the 9 circles of hell or whatever. That's different. It's Inferno.
No.
It's outer circle, second circle, whatever. Accountants and whatnot. What?
You know my thing, right? My spirit leaves my body, and then it comes back.
You're in it.
So yeah, I do think I've heard of it.
No, I meant. I'm just trying to figure out a way in which maybe what it looks like is not what it looks like. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, we won't know till we get there.
Yeah, no, I just got to check something. Really, I think it's important because I just got to check one thing, and then I'll figure we could just.
Fine.
All right. Yeah. Oh. Bloody hell.
After we check this, will you return to complete sentences?
Maybe.
All right.
You return to some professionalism. If there's a clear danger, state the danger. So that you don't send your team into it.
Yeah, that's why we got to go to the library first.
Okay.
Just because I'm just trying to figure out. There might be danger, or I mean, I just got to check the library first. If you don't mind, yeah. Yep.
Bloody hell! All right, this has become an operation, hasn't it? I'm asking Ivory.
This is definitely become an operation. I mean, I'm packed for it.
Yeah, so am I.
I should have packed more, clearly.
If it's an operation, we need the hierarchy. You know that, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Are you comfortable being agent in charge here?
Oh yeah, she should be. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, why shouldn't Vasilisa be?
Because my job is to handle and control the evidence.
That is exactly right.
My brain is smooth, as Digger has said on occasion. Smooth brain.
And I'm
sorry. We have a history.
Yeah.
Smooth brain history. Okay.
Digger merely nods as if she has said, "And my hair is blonde."
All right. Fine. That's me.
Yeah.
Let's
get
ourselves.
What's the next move?
To the library.
Good.
Won't take long. Yeah.
Should we be en route, Jim, while
Sure.
the adversary makes the attack, or you put us?
I feel as though the adversary is going. I feel as though the adversary is going to make its attack shortly. I do, however, want to see what's going to happen at the library before I decide to do anything.
Yeah, fair point. Okay.
Just gonna check Burke's peerage, and a couple of things. Check a couple of dictionaries. Just a couple things.
Maybe take a quick little jaunt to back over and across to the Inverness Library, which strangely enough is also on the map. And this is a site that I marked for some reason. That's because someone used it recently. Oh yes, Vasilisa used it recently. So we head back to the library. You check up on some things.
I'm going to ask you one question.
Mm-hmm.
The Finley line.
Mm-hmm.
Finley's father was the younger brother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Cool. Great. Just double checking that, right? There's just like a little like sort of like Burke's peerage, some genealogy, some checking, some dictionaries, and like with each book, like there's a moment where like we could be done, but clearly Dante does not like what he's seeing, so he goes to check out another book just to see if maybe there's different information there. If somebody says something different, and then he goes to like a society book, and like he's going through like a lot of various like titled books of titles. Boy, can we have a bit of conversation about something, like, you know, in like the Ms. Vasilisa, you're not going to say nothing. Just don't. I know you don't think you've got your mind in it. So anyway, so he's guess what?
What? Finley is a prince. Is that a good guess?
Ooh, close.
The king?
Yep.
Oh.
Well, see, it's a thing, right? So, you know, you think about, because you said it, yeah? You said it. It's because you're in charge. You're the one who said it. You said it. You sort of made a connection, right, between the Red King and Macbeth, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. Well, Macbeth is like English. Yeah. Well, that's what you said. You told me. So yeah, Macbeth is English.
The voice of God through my mouth. I did not. Macbeth's not English.
No, but the name Macbeth is how you'd say it in English.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. You'd say it differently in Gaelic, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it'd be like, if you were modern Gaelic, it would be like, what might it be like? Macbeth a Mac Fionlech. But if this were regular English, right, if you're going to go right to medieval Gaelic, it'd be like Macbeth Macfinlay. But if you wanted to like, right, so like Macbeth, we would say, right, if you want to translate more directly from the old Gaelic into like what people would say was English and all right, would be Macbeth son of Finlay, or Macbeth Macfinlay, or Macbeth Finlay, or Macbeth Finlay. Finlay. There's a couple of different ways to spell it, depending on, because it's not actually, it'll be written right in Gaelic. So it's like, you know, it's like an accent right above the vowels and whatnot. And like, as you translate it in English, right, if you're gonna do that in English and all like that, you just it'd be spelled
A
Finlay.
linguistics puzzle.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the Finlay line is actually the Macbeth line.
Right.
So Macbeth is the last of the kings of the Moray family, or the Dunkeld family, technically, and so they just ended right there. But clearly they're still Finlays, right? And if our Finlay is hanging out with the Red King, that means our Finlay is hanging out with Macbeth, but that actually means that our Finlay. So the thing is, Castle Cawdor is actually, if you read Shakespeare,
it's Finlay's house.
Well, it's Macbeth's house. If you read Shakespeare, it's actually referred to. The bard refers to it that way. But the thing is, of course, that so Finlay is going to Castle Cawdor, which is a portal to the Shadow Castle where the Red King stays. So is the Red King a spirit of the old ancient Macbeth? If so, is that ancient Macbeth spirit possessing our Finlay, or is our Finlay wanting to become and sort of take on the power of the Macbeth, who has presumably lots of psychic energy from all the people watching Shakespeare all the time? But of course, the problem is worrisome, right? That this particular lineage has made itself a servant of the Queen of Fae within Scottish. It's the Dan and Sheen, it's the whole Connacht, it's all that sort of business. So, from what our good friend at Ness said, it seems that there's been some sort of break between the Red King, who would be Macbeth, and the Queen, Nicknaven, and that family line has been a line for quite some time as servants towards, loyal to. And it seems as if there's some sort of double cross going on, and our friend at the Ness is worried that there's been some sort of war between these various. And you see, the thing is that Morgan Finlay, is not actually the heir. Right, Morgan Finlay is according to your genealogy book that is in your book that I'm reading this information from your book, is his father was the second son. The grandfather, of course, is dead at this point in time, but there were two brothers. The elder brother is still alive. The younger brother is the father of Finlay. I say yes, or who's quite ancient. No, actually, no, he's dead too. It's actually now the cousin. Anyway, the point is, it's not Morgan Finlay's line that would be the direct pretender to the throne. That would be someone else, not him. He, however, is running about in this place with a stolen agent, a British agent, actually, an English agent. So, and he's hanging out with the Knights of the Red King, who are Scottish nationalists, and perhaps also somewhat supernatural. So the question is perhaps what is happening is that Morgan Finlay is being possessed by the spirit of Macbeth, and that's why this is happening, and it's not him at all. There's some sort of unhealthy influence, perhaps.
You're such an optimist.
In Brixton, we described it as keeping it real, what he is recounting here. Yes.
Yes. So either he has been influenced by the spirit of the old Macbeth, because they do have a lineage, And that is what's happening. There's some sort of, or he has, for some reason, decided that he wants to embody or become this sort of Macbeth, this Red King, in a way that will cause all sorts of supernatural trouble. But I have a slight concern. I mean, I've got a concern. What I mean to say is, that would sort of imply that people who actually have a better claim to the throne than he, like his cousin or some such, might be a threat, and therefore someone to be removed, perhaps?
Not by us.
No, by him. Right? I mean, if he wants to make a claim to the heir of the line of the House of Moray or Dunkeld, that's all fine and well because he does have the lineage, but there are people who are higher in that sort of inheritance ranking than he. I can think of 2 people off the top of my head, and if they were dead, then I suppose he'd be able to take it with no challenge, but there are 2 people who can challenge him, aren't there, at the moment, who have better claims than he does. And so if he's gone off the end, then might he try to attack those people or get rid of them in some way?
He might not have to kill them. He might just get to make them forget who they are.
Yes, but I don't know about that though, because blood will out. This is all sort of supernatural, isn't it? You know, swords and stones and all that sort of a thing.
Colonialism is real.
Yes.
Blood will out.
Well, I mean, yeah, blood, right? Yeah, blood, yeah. So anyway, I'm just saying, I'm a bit concerned. If we go in there, I mean, we got to go in there, right? I mean, could be bad. But if we go in there, what if somebody who might be related to him and might have a better claim to the throne might be in danger? Yeah.
Yes. So if we talk clear dangers we may be facing, going into some portal in a church or whatever, stepping on a treadmill into another land.
Yeah.
Are we going to be ripped apart?
No, don't eat any food there.
You
know, if they offer you food, don't eat it. I mean, that's number 1. Never eat food don't eat food there. Don't be rude, but don't eat food. Because then if you eat food, you're never leaving, right? That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
Classic.
Classic. I'm just saying, look, I don't know if he's being possessed or if he's trying to usurp, but his uncle.
Our concerns are containing Finley, if necessary, and the Soviets.
Yeah.
Our concerns are not the Scottish throne, which I can promise you the rest of the exchange can sort out.
I'm just concerned because he's got knights, yeah? He's got knights, the Red King, that's them bikers.
Are they going to march through the streets of London?
Well, they just beat me up.
Oh, son. Are they going to march through the streets of London? Are they going to turn over the UK to the Soviet Union?
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be riding on horses made of shadows.
Then let's go see what Finley's doing. That's what I'm saying. We need to contain our concerns. We don't need to be worrying about mythical creatures being mad at each other. That is the work of a different category of spy than we are.
Above our pay grade, lad. Let's just go.
It can be your
Dante?
category of spy, but that's not this group's category of spy.
Vasilisa looks at Dante. This is of a personal concern, correct?
Yeah.
It's okay to be honest, right?
Yeah.
There's a personal concern.
Mm-hmm. Did you write your name down on this little tree that we made in the car?
Did not write down. Dante Jackson's not in there.
Okay.
Perhaps you wrote another name.
Well, I didn't need to write it down. It was already in there.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yep.
Look, Dante, because I'm going to keep calling you Dante.
Thank you.
I don't know what's going on, but I got your back. Are you ready?
Sure.
Yeah, just I just am a little concerned that maybe I might be a target. That's all.
Okay, hold on. I actually have a really basic ass question. Is Morgan Finley black?
Mm-mm.
Okay, that's fine. I just figured I'd ask.
Mm-hmm.
It hadn't been. No one had
Actually,
said
no, that is a rather
anything.
important bit of information at this point. Yeah. Okay.
People just tend to assume things because they, there have been black nobility in England for a couple hundred years now, coming in from a couple spaces. Yeah, but
I also figured Jim would have said
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
But I just thought I would ask.
Yeah.
I'm actually.
This
just
is where
going-
Vasilisa goes. There are many different kinds of nobles.
I'm also going to further complicate things and say not apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
Yes.
apparently.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I just feel like we're gonna go in there. I'm just a little bit worried. There's a little bit. I just don't want to be. I'm afraid I might be a target for violence. That's all I'm trying to say.
We got you.
Yeah, that's literally what we're here for.
All right.
Yep. Blowing shit up. I mean, protecting our comrades.
Yes.
I haven't blown anything up today. I feel like this operation needs to move so that I can do that.
I'm like,
Yeah. Okay.
Agreed too. So,
Did you-
we're ready to move on the church? Yeah?
Let's go to the church.
Yeah. Probably better go to the church than his ancestral castle.
Right.
so
Or my
the
ancestral
church
castle.
is not very far from where you are now.
I'm gonna keep myself inside of a circle of them. Is what I'm gonna
Yep.
be doing. There's just gonna be like a circle of them, and I'll be on the inside. Just
Yeah, Digger's walking behind Dante, but like behind him, like protectively rather than behind him as if
Yeah.
to be protected by him. So,
Vasilisa's walking behind him and emulating his walk and movements perfectly, except when he checks, and then she just goes back to.
oh
you
yeah.
know.
So the church
and
is-
his movements vacillate between like I'm a very cool Brixton Street kid and I am not because I'm a little bit concerned right now about what's happening. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
No. Absolutely. So the church is off of, oddly enough, Church Street. And you can see if you decide you want to click on the old high church on the map, then you can see pictures of it. But you've got a pretty well-known graveyard that is there out in front of the church, and what you've been able to piece together, both from the information you got and from essentially a very nice horse person who has left markers for you. There is a particular very large gravestone. There's this sort of little mark carved into it. And apparently you
sick.
interact with that, and that is what is supposed to bring you across. You would need simply, and honestly, this is something that Digger probably has a decent idea of how to do, because you've had to do it before.
Yep.
To get back in touch with
Literally
your
my
body.
job.
The opposite
Yeah.
way, actually.
Yeah. Right. But still, yeah.
You never got this close to the interior, by the way, but
No, I hate it here.
yeah. Apparently what they should do, as far as you recall, is they've just gotta... It's like you put your hand on the mark on the stone and you think about where you want to go. And
I mentioned that.
Dante looks a little ill. Just a little ill. Like they're like, well, that's a lot. Like it's just that kind of like, oh.
This is new, fun.
Yeah, fun.
Let's not get ourselves killed here.
Yeah.
Not my plan.
All right.
Good.
I'll scout ahead. Everyone understand what to do once I'm across?
Yeah.
All right. Watch what I do.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, put my hand on the thing. Think about crossing.
Shadow Castle.
He's going to vanish. This brief, it's like a mist passes in front of him for just a moment and he's not there anymore. He was right there just a moment ago. Do the rest of you in turn do the same?
First, I'm gonna like wave a hand where he was, just to like.
I like it.
Nothing there. Nothing. There's nobody hiding in that space somehow. Okay. You two want to go next, and I'll take up the final spot.
All right. Vasilisa first.
Yes. Vasilisa does the thing.
Similarly, Vasilisa vanishes.
All right. Ivory.
Mm-hmm.
I just want you to know, I try to learn everything I could just by watching you, because you're really good at what you do. So,
Thank you, boy. If you don't go,
concentrates, hands, does a thing.
And there was one. Jan, I think,
Alright.
is hanging back to continue tracking to make sure that
We're
things
not
are
followed.
okay.
Yeah, that checks out.
the only one that will survive this adventure.
Right.
All right. So if King Dante made it fine, then or at least left successfully, then I will do the thing.
All right,
Crown
do the
Prince.
thing.
It's not even really king. That's my dad. It's not me. Just kind of not me. Nope. Nope.
I feel as though it's time for the adversary to attack.
No.
Well, yeah, of course it is.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Does the adversary attack us with hugs and
Yes.
chocolate?
Yes,
Oh, nice.
absolutely.
We're gonna get choked out. Is what's gonna happen.
It's like a hug.
Yeah. Like one of those Ka from the Jungle Book hugs.
Yes.
Kind of. Yeah. So, something fascinating about the Old High Church of Inverness, I need to mention here, is that it was the site of, it was the site of, an execution.
Yep.
That's, particularly famous. That basically was, let me see if I have my details correct here. Yeah, this is where they got, I think, the last of the Jacobites
Mm-hmm.
in this area. So basically you will see, as you erupt into this place, this space, the High Cairns is a strange spot. You are near one of the cairns. I should allow you to see sort of a representation of what the High Cairns is. I'm going to show it to everyone. This is a very rough representation of the High Cairns. I will now again show the audience so that they may see the little map that I'm showing you.
It's pretty.
I've thrown together. This big sort of ring of mist surrounds it. This that kind of is and is not the loch. There are a lot of cairns scattered around, but between all of these cairns are battlefields upon battlefields, millennia of conflicts that have all happened here. There is a tentacle on the map, but we're not close to it right now. Where you're close to right now, there's a. You're very close to this shadowy-looking castle thing.
Sus.
In the distance. Much closer than when you saw it last time, Digger. And you are among ghosts at war. You see people wearing tartans running from or towards, with their sabers, towards red-coated individuals with rifles of a sort. It has the nice little pointy. I know what these things are called, and yet ADHD, so vocabulary is
bayonets.
Bayonets. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for.
It's like a net that keeps you safe, except that it's made of metal and it stabs you. But
rifles with bayonets at the end.
Yeah.
Many bullets have already been expended, but you still hear a few. You hear the sounds of screaming. The smell, the coppery smell of blood. Actually, it's more the irony. Metallic smell of blood. That's right. We're iron. We're iron based. As humans, we are all human here.
Maybe. I mean,
Maybe. There's sort of the metallic smell of blood in the air.
Right.
The sky is this swirling kind of almost a nebula-looking thing. Slowly turning, not unlike a pinwheel. Light filters down through and is grayish. Everyone around you is fighting.
Oh, 75, right? Is everybody kung fu fighting? Were they fast as lightning?
Some are as fast as lightning.
Sorry.
And there's a little bit of a hop between here that you'd have to get from here down into this valley. Here, no, it's the other way. Down into this valley and then up onto this hill where this castle stands. If you want to get there. It's very close. There's only a fight between redcoats and Jacobites in the way. So, the adversary will be making attacks upon you. As you presumably attempt to avoid all of this.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Let's start with the ones that I am aware of, that I can remember. Let's see. Dante, as I recall, has been afflicted with
jacked up.
Jacked up. Yeah.
Yes. Because I got stomped on. I'm a little stiff.
Staggering through here is going to be a little difficult.
Yep.
We're going to let's see. So this is going to be. Let me make sure I have my stuff in front here. Now, the good news here is that perhaps it'll be okay. This is going to be a this is a body-based attack.
Yeah.
That is being made, which is, you know, the adversary's body stat isn't quite as good as its charm. And so the adversary is going to be coming in. This is going to be. Let me get me. It's going to be coming in. Let me see. Also, let me check my edges here. Yes.
Now this is if they target my affliction, that's an automatic success, correct?
Well, yes, but I also want to use an edge, you see, so that
I
there's
see.
so that there's damage done.
Uh-huh.
So the is attacking with an edge of drama. This is a kind of a risky stunts being performed here. And so it's I'm coming in with a 4 against your vigor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's super interesting.
Although actually, no, I'm sorry. It doesn't even. I don't even need to tell you it's 4 against your vigor. It's because I'm targeting your affliction. It doesn't matter. The number doesn't matter.
Yes, that is correct.
I can remember the rules. Of course I can. So this is going to hit as it is targeting your affliction.
Right.
Tell me how it Tell me
the
what
question is if I
happens to
can
you
counter
as
that edge is the question, correct?
do you have something that you can use to counter the edge? You could potentially use there is a potential for using a resource to block the edge, or there's a potential for using you have some other trait that counters the edge.
I feel like I should be able to use my common resource to counter the edge.
What's your resource?
Privilege. The eldest son of Lord Baxter Finley, the Viscount Hinton. I feel as if a regular soldier should not be hitting me, someone of my station. I feel like I think I should be able to counter that edge by crossing off my resource at the moment.
I see. Very well.
You
Indeed, my lord. I'll be happy to make that to make that for you.
Thank you.
So, shall I switch to the alternate overlay? Is it time?
Yes. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, I think it is time.
Very good. Let's do that. All right. Putting that in. There we go. Okay. So yes, that will cross off your affliction without causing you additional stress.
Yes.
And
I've used my resource. Yep.
Yeah. That's gonna.
Yeah, true.
That's used it for this.
Yeah, I mean, you're clearly an officer.
Yes. And I just when they come at me, I just I raise myself and I say.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm not even part of this conflict. You do not have authorization. Back down. It's just like this, and it's just like
We'll
carry on.
That shit works on ghosts. It's good.
But I also say it in because I'm like, okay, I have read some books once or twice. Another Costum era. I was like, okay, appropriate era, because I've also read a lot of
That's
Shakespeare
true.
and Marlowe, etc. So I know the dialect of the era because I've read a lot of literature. So when I'm offended that they might even strike me, I say so in appropriate dialect of the era.
That works.
All right.
Because I did theater. I was doing some original language, original pronunciation pieces.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you are getting through. Ivory is afflicted with between a rock and a hard place, as I recall.
No. Yes.
I am.
No. Worried.
But maybe not for long.
Which initially was sort of related to the
Yeah.
mess and physical conflict. This again is spirits and physical conflict both. This is a similar situation in some ways. As they as it seems that a couple of the soldiers saw you pop into existence and realize perhaps some realize the necessity of it all and are not pleased. Because they're trapped here doing the same damn things over and over again. These poor ghosts. So they too will be charging at you, trying to use your affliction. Again, this is with the edge of drama. Would you like to? Do you have anything?
I think so. If you'll allow it.
Mm-hmm.
I, a human being in the world, am not a demolitions expert. But to block the edge, so I am carrying plastic explosives and charges in my briefcase.
Mm-hmm.
May I, and the question is whether this can be done quickly enough to be relevant, may I, like, I assume there's things like rocks or bricks or like there's like more detritus on the ground
everywhere.
Can I do like a super quick grab 3 stick C4 or whatever the 1975 equivalent is and just chuck them wild, like I'm just distracting to block this edge? And
I think you can do that.
Not destroying it. Okay.
Yeah, we can say that you have explosive materials. You can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So nothing. Obviously, I'm not doing damage. This is purely just like I just want people to leave me the hell alone.
Yeah. Just want to open a corridor to run through, I guess. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Because when things start exploding, people tend to move. That's what I found.
Okay. So I'll use that to block an edge, and in case it comes up and attack again, it cannot grant me an edge. Just, FYI.
Sure.
So
that's perfectly
that resource
understandable.
has been used for that.
Absolutely. That's. So yes, that takes off your affliction
edge.
So now the adversary. Let's see. The adversary will be attacking Digger, and Vasilisa both, as you're trying to basically get through to this shadow castle. And this is going to be a So there is a trait that the adversary has that I will now reveal. Called Clan Pride. Where it is always boosted in matters of heritage. Which this very much is. And so they are attacking with this is a body attack. They're boosted, so they're coming in with a 4 against each of your vigors. They're using, and we'll say again, it's the edge of drama is available to them as they use so how do we do? They're coming in at you with 4.
Well, I am extra quick, so I get to boost my vigor.
Nice.
Which means I'm just gonna leg it.
What does that bring your what does it bring your
my vigor is now 8.
Your vigor's ordinarily
right, because boosting doubles it. Yes.
No, it adds the higher of the 2 component scores.
Oh, sorry about that. My vigor is now 7.
Okay, no, that's still that'll beat it.
Yeah, because I'm adding my body, obviously, since this is running.
Yeah. Yes.
So yeah, seriously. Yeah, you can't shoot what you can't hit.
You race through down to the valley.
It is unlikely any of you had any idea Digger could move this fast. He doesn't look. He smokes way too much for this to be possible, and yet here he
Wheezing the whole way.
No, this is what I learned in the army. If you have to run, if you're a regular smoker and you have to run, like to your physical fitness test, you just smoke menthols right before you run, and you'll be fine. That's
Oh my God.
opens up the passages.
Yeah, just open up the passages. Just a menthol cigarette, you'll be good.
Good for the lung fever.
Yep.
Good to know. All right, but yeah, you're just literally making a beeline for the castle.
Vasilisa, they're coming at you. This is with a 4 toward vigor. As this battle rages around you, and you're trying to get to the shadow castle. You're muted.
That's because I'm dead. No. We'll see. This could happen. So, any of my skills might come in handy for this.
Do you have any? Yeah, I mean, what that might help you boost. What skills do you have?
Yeah.
Disguise. I have a spiritual ghillie suit.
Or ties. Either skills or ties will help you boost, or a quirk,
Yeah.
or your secret if it's relevant.
Yeah, fair point.
My no, none of those. Yeah. So the only thing I can think about coming after my vigor is perhaps disguising, trying to appear as something other than myself.
Huh. Okay. What sort of disguising do you try to do here?
I try to appear as one of them.
Okay. So,
They got uniforms.
yeah,
It's true.
you just
And
basically
then that
like
skill is gone, yeah?
go to. Yeah, it's used for the purpose of this. Yeah. And so yeah, you basically go to like one of the bodies. That kind of thing?
Essentially, yes.
That actually seems like the most Vasilisa move anyway.
Yeah, I mean that sounds
Yeah, I
like
think
I
that's
know.
perfect. Yeah.
they go to one of the bodies, quickly throw.
Except I just feel like she doesn't do it quickly. I feel like she just like strides over, looks around, decides which coat she thinks is better, just picks it up and then puts it on, just like no big deal.
This one would be the good fit.
Are you throwing out of morbid curiosity? Are you throwing on a tartan or a red coat?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Soviet woman. Red is my color.
Oh, God.
This ought to be interesting. Okay, yeah, no, so you apparently, yeah, so you do throw that on, and so that basically will be so that'll at least what's your
I'm still probably dead.
Before you cross it out though, before you cross out that usage, let's find out if it helps, because if it doesn't, there's no point in spending it. So this is for your vigor, which you can increase using either your mind or your body. Which of those two is higher?
Mind or body? Smooth brain, soft body. My mind's higher.
Okay, what's your mind?
2.
2? Okay, and what's your vigor?
2.
2? Okay, that would bring it up to a 4, which unfortunately that's still gonna hit it.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to hit the number, right?
Yes. Now, question would be, would my inherent? No, it's not. I'm not attacking.
No.
Yeah, I just don't have much more I can do.
Certain things could be used as a useful trait to maybe block an edge.
I think that's like a 1. I think this list has like a 1 body. No,
Yeah,
1. So what is it? 2/2?
Also, to be clear, your mind is a 2 and your vigor is a 2. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so if we
Yeah,
add
so it's
those
1,
together,
2.
that'll bring it up to a 4.
Okay.
1, 2, 4.
So
and so you might
what would
be
happen
able
if
to,
I used my secret? Might reveal.
That can be used on the defensive, can't it? I think, if I remember correctly. I've
So I
never
might
seen
be
it
able to
used
apply
a
it.
secret blown defensively before, but I think you can.
Oh, and I can explain how it applies.
I mean,
I've been in this situation before.
but looks like you're to recall if secrets can be blown defensively. I think.
No, I'm checking now. Greg is saying yes in chat. I absolutely believe them because they are not under the pressure of remembering on the spot. So
I feel like they know things.
I feel like
a little bit, having one done the original version of this system, and 2. Okay, so if you reveal, I assume you block the edge. Let's see.
It says once per session, blah blah. You can remind people of the question for a boost. You can reveal the answer to your secret when it's relevant to automatically succeed at a challenge. If that challenge is an attack, the secret is also an unblockable edge. When you reveal your secret, you lose it. No other players are allowed to reveal your secret. You can create a new secret anytime and may have multiple secrets. And
secret revelation is an auto success, so that basically I assume then means that it would not Huh.
It would block the attack and thus.
Yeah.
But would that like block the whole attack or just the edge?
I feel like it would be the whole attack, right? So it would be the defense.
Right, you would treat it as if the defense was above a 4.
Yeah.
All right.
But then you burn your secret. Then we all know your secret.
Oh, yes. And one of you already knows, which is why she might notice, Avery might notice, where's Vasilisa and what is she up to? So Vasilisa's secret, the question was, do you feel any guilt about your actions on that fateful day? Referring to when I sold out every member of that Soviet ballet and every other Russian agent with me. In fact, I turncoats. Some say they were hauled off to prison. Some say they might have escaped, but I remember their faces, and my betrayal was sudden and unexpected, and I became part of an exchange. So as enemies come in roundabout and I attempt to blend in as one of them, I still feel regret about my actions on that fateful day time ago. But I don't feel guilt.
Was the regret that you didn't sell them out earlier or more? Like, what is the nature of that regret?
So
I regret that I live with their memory.
My only question also for clarification is that does the secret need to be revealed in the in the course of the actions of what's happening? I think is my only question with respect to that. You need to actually tell somebody this is what I'm trying to figure out. Does Vasilisa need to tell somebody this in order for this to be effective?
Or I suppose somebody could, if somebody could say it, if it has to be revealed.
Do you want me to play out the scene? Have them surround me and let's play it out, Jim.
Yeah,
we're role players.
Yeah,
we are. I just wanted to find out if we need to do that in order to make that work.
I'll get back into the first person too.
Yeah, I would say it needs to be.
Okay, sure.
Shared.
So yeah, no, you're trying to get this red coat on, and you have this group, and I would say that the other members of the your fellow exchange members are nearby, so they can see and hear this as they see you kind of sort of they're maybe a tiny bit ahead, but they can see this going on as you're trying to put on the red coat.
Also tarrying so that you can catch up with us. They don't want you to leave behind.
I think at this point you have this coming up from the valley from a hidden spot. You see several of these tartaned individuals now raising up, sabers out.
Oh, I stand defiantly and hold my hand, and I declare who I am in my lineage. I am Vasilisa Novikova, daughter of a murdered Tsar, daughter of a murdered Tsarina, and I stand for who I am, and I will not be slain to thee. I have twice sold out all my kin and all my comrades. You would find me a dour foe, but an even more powerful ally.
And they come up and they slow as they approach, and they kind of look at you. They see that you've just sort of thrown the coat on, and the one in the lead nods slowly. Aye. Like you're wearing their skins as we all shall be. Go. They surge around you. The enemy.
Oh, shit. I turn around. Vasilisa, let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Dig us up that way. Already legged it.
I'm a notorious liar. I'm a notorious liar. I'm a notorious liar.
He'll wait.
Yeah,
He's
we all are.
Yeah.
Spies.
Sometimes we lie.
You have arrived at the Shadow Castle. This is looks like a medieval castle that is. You're not sure where physically this is analogous to in Inverness, but if you had to guess, you would say it might be fairly close to where Inverness Castle is.
Yeah.
Because that's conceptually where that castle is in people's minds.
Yeah.
It is very dark. It's like you're looking at a piece of black and white film as you're looking at this castle. And also you see it's like swaths of shadow are flying off of it like gauze flapping in the wind from each individual brick. The sort of mist, the stuff of shadow itself. And you see that the gate stands open.
Well, I know that Digger's leading the way because Digger legged it, so Digger's like, a bit ahead of us, and we're just
Digger
following.
is going to be next.
As convenient, we're just like following Digger.
Yeah, I'm already inside unless something has stopped me.
You are
Doing my best not to be seen by, anyone already inside. But, I mean, at this point, I'm literally doing the thing I do when I enter a building. Sneak around and look for places to hide and stuff to steal.
Nice.
so,
Yeah.
you have
Scepters.
Whatever.
You have
what do you got?
There is a courtyard rife with crows and some twisted trees growing up. Also black completely, with again this shadowy, gauzy substance flowing from it. And you can see that there is the castle isn't exactly ruined, it just looks very grim.
Okay. Yeah, I hate this.
There's
This place is bad.
there are paths that
And
can
I'm
take you
in it.
into the outer walls, and then there's a path that can take you inside the main keep.
Gotcha.
It isn't a
All right,
huge castle, so you can see pretty quickly where the main hall is. It's kind of right in there.
Okay. Tell you what then, since it is going to be a little bit of time before everyone catches up to me, I'm going to scurry around into any of the uninhabited places that I can get to, and then try to make it back towards the entrance about the time they're showing up, so I can at least give them an idea of what the place looks like.
All right, and I'm not going to ask you for your attack yet, because where the adversary is right now, they've only actually got a single box left. So this will be for the entire bowl of fruit and the lounge suite.
Yes,
Nice.
and also I need to Digger needs to check with Ivory before he makes a move anyway, because that's what we've established. So so unless something has kept me from getting back to the entrance to meet them, I do that.
Here's your intel. 2 figures inside.
Got it.
Inside the throne area. Having some sort of debate. One looks very much like an animate red chess piece. With very sharp chiseled features. You didn't get close enough to see a lot of the detail, but you feel as though there's probably detail there.
I did not.
Exquisitely carved chess piece of a king. Standing opposite him or rather sitting opposite him in a chair near the banquet table is Morgan Finlay.
Right. Okay.
He does not look terribly bedraggled. He looks a little bit... He's dressed down a bit.
Okay.
Sort of turtleneck. And is... And apparently, they're having some kind of a conversation where Finlay seems to be trying to negotiate something, from what you can tell.
Okay.
As though there's like some kind of passage that he's trying to negotiate. But you catch that much.
Okay. In that case, this is what I tell the three of you upon, because we did assume, like, Jan stayed back, like, literally did not cross, right? Okay.
That's correct.
So
No,
this is what I tell the
is
three.
monitoring their activities out in the.
That's what I thought.
the
Okay, just
physical
want to
world.
make sure I had it right. Okay, so in that case, this is what I tell the three of you, but specifically, I do it as if making a report to Ivory.
All right, that means we've got.
Ooh, one other question. Were there any items in the room that looked like they were important? What I'm asking is there
Thievery?
something that I can steal or remove that is going to screw up things for the people we want to screw things up for?
Well, I was going to say Finley is holding a gun, but
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm not that good.
yeah.
Also, I don't know that I want to take Finley's gun away. So
So there's like that.
so if there's nothing obvious, I just wanted to know. Okay, that's fine.
I don't think there's anything too obvious. This is. Yeah, no huge like items of power type things are here.
Fair
This
enough.
is,
Okay. In that case, I have an idea of something I can do, but I need to talk it over with my teammates first. Okay, so yes, that is what I report to you. All of that stuff that Jim just told us that we saw.
Did you see Walker?
Just those two.
Yeah, you did not see Walker right in there. Walker might be in here somewhere. You haven't checked. You haven't seen. You know this place has a dungeon.
Okay. Yeah. Fair point. Yeah. As far as I can tell, then he was not in that room.
So I'm gonna ask. Okay, so Chevaline.
Mm-hmm.
I have, Finley. When Finley absconded with this information, is this like some papers? Is it all on
Person.
an 8-track? I mean, I know it's in Keegan Walker's head.
Yeah.
But is there a product? Is there a physical thing that is a current state of the project that he took with him?
Actually, as far as you're aware, he just took Walker.
Okay. Okay, just making sure.
Right. So, what's our goal here specifically?
He said he was arguing. He was there was.
Yeah, trying to. Sounds like he's trying to go somewhere. Maybe be allowed to go somewhere.
He came in here in order to get passage somewhere else. Where?
So, is our goal to get Finley back?
Can we, as PCs,
Can I note
as
one more thing?
players, revisit our goal? Okay.
Can I mention one more thing? I'm sorry, I should be more specific.
Oh yeah.
Bigger? When he was talking about passage
Yeah.
through your realm, it did sound more as though he was asking for something of a regular thing. As though, like, allow my troops to come through your realm.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, in that case, I think I got it.
Which is, he didn't use the word troops.
Right.
But
So yeah, actually,
His people, right?
do remind
His
me, the player, exactly
forces.
what we are trying to do, because I think I may have forgotten all the details.
Ah, yes.
So-
Well, let's go back and look at the.
Yeah, let's go back and look at
look
that,
at the
because that's going to
the
tell me what we do.
goals and the consequence,
Mhm.
because we did want to. We did want
I
to
remember the
potentially
consequence.
revisit them.
Yeah, remember the consequence real big. I want to
The
make sure I got the
goal.
goal right.
Uncover
I
the
don't
truth
screw that
about
up.
the situation is the goal. That
Discover
was
the
the
truth.
base goal. The consequence being a war with the High Cairns, and the PCs get blamed for it. With the potential for the Russians having Chevaline, but that was kind of a secondary thing.
Nearly so. I feel like that's not nearly as important, because like whatever.
The
Soviets.
Soviets. Yeah.
Okay, so I have an item of mystical significance on my
You do.
person that I just happened to have stolen from Finley's flat.
That is correct.
It's Marlowe's unpaid bill.
That is right.
And Okay, so you remember the MacGuffin in Casablanca, which was the
Kiss Me
letters.
Deadly.
Yeah. Which were the like the letters, basically, the papers that
Letters
would
of
allow.
transit.
Yeah, exactly. Turns out, that's what items like this do here. They convey an authority. So my attack is going to be presenting those to show that Finley is under our jurisdiction.
Oh shit.
So we can, if nothing else, get the information we need to make a full decision.
You're Interpol.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're from.
Yeah.
We have traveled here from the other side, and Finley's one of ours. We've tracked him here.
Yeah.
I have this piece of paper, an actual piece of paper.
Which is like, it's like, yeah. It's like the Interpol thing. It's like, this is like, it's like, it gives you jurisdiction, right? Yeah.
I must ask you, are you invoking the resource or are you sacrificing?
I'm sacrificing the resource.
All right. So
What's the difference mechanically? The difference between a boost and a auto success or success with an edge?
With a rare resource, yeah. It's an auto success if you sacrifice a rare resource.
It wasn't mine anyway.
And are you attacking with an edge out of curiosity?
Yeah. Let's see what we got. I've already used field work. It's credible threat.
Okay. So, what does this look like?
Okay, I literally just stride in there, which is weird for Digger. He doesn't stride. That's not how this works.
Is everyone else coming in along with Digger, or is Digger just going in alone?
Oh, absolutely, I am there.
Oh, thank God, because Digger would appreciate the moral support.
Dante will hesitate because Dante doesn't know if he should follow or not, and so basically looks to Ivory, who he always looks towards for basically as a model of what to do, and also Vasilisa, because he just doesn't know if his visible presence would harm or help, and it's just that this moment of hesitation because he doesn't know. He looks.
Go ahead.
He looks to the two women, right, who are like just major badasses for their cue.
Vasilisa strides right in and goes, it always goes over well for Digger when I back him up in these things.
Damn right.
And then
Ivory will say, pull up and look like you belong with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I head in and I wait for I wait for them. I wait for both of them to notice me.
So you stride in up toward the throne. And immediately you will note that Finley will stand up on seeing you and he's going to try to take control of the situation.
Yeah.
Where he is where the Red King turns his carved face, coming to see you. His eyes, are they slightly glowing? It's hard to tell. His hand moving to his sword hilt.
I just say, what's all this then?
And you see Finley just sort of slowly stepping back. He says, Look, we don't want... Look, I don't think we need to make any trouble here.
It's a bit late for that, sir.
He just sort of closes his eyes.
This
Red
goes one
King-
of two ways, and I'll say this as a friend.
Red King's going to lean forward. This one is known to you.
Yeah, so is this.
He sees it. His eyes
It used to be
narrow.
in plexiglass. I've taken it out.
Oh my goodness! He sees it.
That makes it more authentic,
It does.
more real.
Leans back. Well, in your final... you won't go and sacrifice that here. That
It's
does-
yours.
Indeed. He just sort of
I'll just
turns
return
and
it.
looks over at Finley. And Finley's saying, sort of looking back and forth. And he knows what what the bill means. It's his.
Yeah,
Finders keepers.
I'm not just sacrificing this.
Yeah.
I'm sacrificing.
If you're handing it,
basically-
if you're handing this over to the Red King, because then that will
Yeah.
alleviate his brief bout of
Yeah.
rage. It's like these freaking English are coming
Yeah.
up.
Nope, that's
and trying to
100%
tell
it.
us what
Here
to
it
do.
is.
Oh, you're giving it to me. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
And so he's like, it seems, distant child, he says to Finley, that have received a fairer offer. You shall not be sending your weapons through you. And I think Finley, for a moment, thinks, look as if to run, but there are more of you here than he can presently deal with or get away from. So he knows that he's beaten. And he looks across at all of you. I was going to bring peace. It was important.
Yeah.
That's what they all say.
Do you have any idea how long it's taken to get to this point?
Yeah, you still cut corners though, didn't you, sir?
Actually, how long did it take? Give us a number on that.
Something like 15 years?
Yeah.
20?
I was concerned it was going to be triple digits.
No. This. I knew quite a while ago that the system itself wasn't going to be helpful.
You get no argument from any of us on that.
Some of you knew what it's like. They're all just being used as tools.
Yeah.
You don't
We
know what it's
we
like
know
to be
that.
truly properly run. He just sort of looks over at Vasilisa. You might have it.
I disagree with some definitions you use because tools are devices used to manipulate inanimate objects, and I am very much used to manipulate the animated.
Now look, sir.
Semantics.
We've fulfilled the brief. What happens from here on is up to you, innit?
Finley, you still want to bring peace? But the Pictish representative says that the Queen is unhappy and it's coming to war here.
There's an arrangement.
It seems
Simple arrangement.
there's more than one war possible, more than one front. To keep peace with the Soviets or whatever that might mean, you would unleash a war that none of us could ever win.
My God, they got to you. Maybe I got to you. I did too good a job.
It's not the point now, is it?
Sorry you had to see this.
Yeah, me too.
And he's saying he's directly addressing Dante when he says this. You know I can't come back with you.
It may not be safe for you here if what Ness says is true.
After tomorrow, I won't be here.
That ship has sailed, is my understanding.
Oh, has it now? You lot have thought of everything, haven't you?
Well, not us exactly, but
There's probably actually plenty of things we didn't think about.
mostly, sir, we were thinking about what the fuck you've been up to.
Lots of wild theories going around. From overseas as well as here.
Seemed like a simple idea at first. You work with someone day after day. You get to know them really well. Really well? Finally able to connect with someone? That's what it was like for me.
Who do you think you connected with?
That Martins just threw me at Cesar without understanding what she was asking. She didn't know what it was to be in his head. She didn't know what it was to build a rapport with him.
And you got pulled in.
I got closer to some members of his family than I have to my own. Sorry.
Nothing wrong with a nice family dinner.
Vasilisa seemed to say that he wasn't a very nice man.
Guess it depends on what's
He
being
can
served.
be... Yes, he can be quite cruel when he has to be. He's doing his job. He actually cares about preserving the peace. I know, I have been in there. But suppose that makes little difference now.
Where's
can't-
Walker? Speaking of keeping the peace.
Downstairs.
Him we do need to take back.
I'm certain.
Peace
Have
born
you-
of cruelty is a prison.
Fucking poetic, that is.
Have you extracted knowledge from Walker?
Oh, that's all up here too now. But
My lights are on motion detect. Sorry. I've been sitting too still.
that was very dramatic.
That's pretty cool.
You won't have to worry about that much longer. would like to ask, I may just simply have a moment alone.
I think that's probably a better idea.
At least I'd like to ask you to turn your back. He says that again specifically to... As he's addressing Dante, he says, my dear lad, you don't want to see this.
Come on, let's go get Walker.
And so I think that the overall thing is that Finley is hinting at here.
Mm-hmm. He
He's
wants to take the easier way out, is what he wants.
Yeah, he does. He's going to suggest, if my legacy means anything to you, if our work means anything to you, you will let me end this honorably.
Finley, I don't understand how you think you're getting peace out of all this.
You control the biggest weapons.
And you give them over to some sort of sociopath? I understand that I think that you thought you were touching him, but I think he touched you instead.
Either one of us on our own. Yes, either one of us individually on our own. We could be called a sociopath. Us together, never.
That's how sociopathy works.
You don't have all the pieces you need up here. Be surprised to see what you can find in others. I'll show you if you like.
No, thank you. You stay out of my head, or we are going to have a problem between the two of us.
Right.
You know,
Well then.
I thought you were the one who was honorable. I thought you were the one who was done wrong, blamed for something that wasn't yours, and that you suffered and were put on the outside by forces that didn't care about doing the right thing, that suffered the sins of the father upon the son unfairly, and that you were better than all of that. That's what I thought. But it turns out you would handing over weapons to the Soviets is stupid. But it is what it is. But negotiating to have those weapons brought through this place, you doing it from the Finley line, would bring war. They, the king and the queen, would not let that stand, and that you, who should have been honorable and loyal, would make such a betrayal, would bring their wrath onto all of us. When the king and the queen of the Fae fight, at least according to Shakespeare, all of us mortals suffer. Nuclear winter, who knows what it would be. And I thought you were different.
Ah, well. See, I thought I was different too. At least at first. Right. He is, I think that, he says, yeah. as he's kind of, and he's not pointing it at anyone, but as he's sort of, the gun is kind of going up.
Ivory, I'll go get Walker with Digger if you and Vasilisa here stay.
Yep. Sounds good.
Certainly.
Because we have 2 stone cold badasses. I want to make sure they stay here with him just in case.
Yeah, kind of not too
Yeah.
worried about that. I think you and I can handle the engineer.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing that I think is where I'm going to ask rather directly. Finley is going to do a thing, or try to do a thing. The challenge is met. The conflict is met. Finley is going to try to do a thing to basically off himself at this moment. And I think my question to those who remain is, are you able to stop him?
Or do you want to?
Yeah.
Or do you want to?
Vasilisa's interpretation is she can tell the story of it afterwards, however she wants, and everyone will believe her.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Boy. So, Ivory is not a person who believes that this work is honorable.
Mm.
This work we are doing is shoveling shit nationalistically. I've now done it for 2 countries, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Finley himself has always been a problematic figure for Ivory, being sort of the UK boss of this. And she has generally smelled a certain kind of shit, not quite this much shit, but a certain amount of shit from him. But I think it's not about Finley to Ivory. There is the ability for an individual to make a decision that matters here. And there's also the knowledge that the systems ain't moving regardless of what happens. If he goes back, it gets covered, or it, whatever. If it doesn't matter, but it matters to him. So Ivory says he might as well get to choose.
All right.
That's my take, and we will get our story straight. We'll do the spy shit. You know.
Oh yeah. We got reports to write.
We gotta clean Dante up so he doesn't look like his relative just did a thing.
That too.
We gotta put the Dante face back on, right?
Basically,
before we get back to London.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. And I think that basically some of Finley's last words, as you sort of seeing him do this, is he will say, then maybe at least I can have that one thing. That is that you are the one thing I got. And he will shoot himself. And I think we're going to...
If he's standing, right? Like, I'll help make this whole thing not...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Digger, we have to speak to the Queen. We have to make sure there actually is peace.
Everything from here on is paperwork. We got it.
No, not that Queen.
No, I know. They have paperwork here too.
Oh.
So, the rest shall be in montage.
And I think, and Dante's just thinking about all the things that Finley had to do because people thought he was a cheater and a liar and a betrayer. And depending on how we tell that story, that's exactly what they'll think yet again.
So we're going to go around and we're going to have our coda to see how things end for each of us. There is a matter also within of the possibility of Olegovich showing up within tomorrow at midnight. If anyone wants to do anything to Olegovich.
Oh, I think none of us are there. He just mysteriously dies. Is what I.
No, my headcanon is Jan blows up that ship.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Sounds good.
Emma would have wanted it that way.
Yeah.
Sounds excellent. So we're going to go ahead and do a quick little montage to see where we all land here. I think that's excellent. We get to see Jan blowing up remotely the boat as it is coming into the harbor. Or perhaps as it's leaving the harbor. No, you want to get it as it's coming in, because it was... the thing about that boat is it's carrying weapons that were going to be distributed to the to the Knights of the Red King. But it's easy to get rid of that deal as soon as they find out that as soon as someone perhaps innocently tells them that the weapons are actually coming from the Soviets.
Yeah.
Because they want nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
So
that's true. That's all pretty easy to take down.
Yeah, that's easy. You can they'll help you blow the boat up. If you like.
This is mortal stuff. That's easy.
Yeah, that's simple enough. We're going to do a quick little montage. We're going to go around. I think we'll do... I would like us to go in reverse intro order to see what the last thing, as though this were a film, if we were seeing you the last time, what the last thing we see you doing, what the last thing we see of your character is in this narrative. And we will then, therefore, be starting with Igor.
Last shot of Digger is back in London. Last call has just been called at the pub he's in. He finishes his beer, stubs out a cigarette, lights another one as he leaves. And then we follow him down several streets into the office of the exchange, where he just walks in and sits down at his desk and looks tired.
So, Melissa, what is the last thing we see of Ivory?
If I can rope you three into it.
Absolutely.
Plus 4.
I am ropeable.
We'll be like sitting at like a quiet, I guess, I don't know if pubs can be quiet, but a sort of dark place. Yeah. We've got our beverages of choice. I've got a glass of red wine and I'm telling a story. I'm telling what happened on my last mission.
Nice.
In America. And it's the most no bravado, no airs, not the commander, not, plucky American, just like these people died and I watched it happen and did nothing. And it's kind of a little bit of a memorial for Morgan in a certain sense of like, I see him, even if I didn't care for him. Part of why I didn't care for him is that I saw him.
These things are intertwined.
Yeah. So just like a quiet, contemplative evening, sort of sharing stories, or at least sharing my story. And I'm dressed down a little bit. Maybe I don't have a vest on. I don't know. But 2 pieces in a 3-piece suit. But yeah, just sort of filling the years, I think.
Yeah.
All right. And Daisy, what is the last thing we see of Vasilisa?
You are muted, Jim.
Am I? Stand by. Hang on. Can you not hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Now we can.
Now we can hear you.
Strange. Daisy, what is the last thing we hear of Vasilisa?
So you see a literal montage, just various Polaroids, because it was a popular technology at the time, from various automobiles that we saw in Scotland, her and Ms. Zarakova at the football game, the striking view of the castle, and they're all, each and every photograph, burning. She's burning every last one of them, because she knows in life, memories in the past are just that. It's fleeting, and you must always leave it behind and put it away. And it's very important to live in the present, but for that brief few days, it was real, it was alive, it was reality, it was captured, and now it's gone. And she prepares for the next one.
Excellent. Yes. I did just adjust my volume, so perhaps I am more audible now. We shall see.
That'll do it.
Sometimes it is tricksy. It changes on me. All right. And Trooper, what is the last thing we see of Digby or Dante?
There's a little mini montage where you see him standing, quite erect and dressed impeccably, but different clothing depending on where you're at. You see him at the court of the Queen doing damage control, right? Because this is a lineage connection that's been going on for a couple hundred years, and this would be somewhat upsetting. And so there's this sort of and it's just mostly him standing and like listening, right? There's like, you kind of get that sense that like he's there doing his duty at that moment to sort of to make sure that nothing bad happens in that relationship. And then you see him in a dark suit at a funeral, flanked by his family, by his father, Baxter Finley, and the Finleys, and for Morgan Finley's funeral. And you just see him standing there, tall, erect, straight, serious, quiet, as there's talking going on. And you can, at some point, you can see that moment where he stands up and he says something, and you can't hear what's being said, and you know whatever is being said is the proper thing to say. And those things sort of fade, and it's that last moment where you see him in a pub, and he's seated at a table, and if I may, Ivory would be on the other side of the table, invited there. Perhaps she doesn't quite know why. And he just sort of tips his head. And if she follows where his head leads, there's a family at the table over, an older man and a woman, some smaller children, and they're laughing. And they are salt of the earth, this black family, Brixtonians, and the elder parents have got a Jamaican patois, and it's the birthday of their son who died, Dante, and they sort of raise their glass to Dante, and Dante just passes a photograph over to you, Ivory, and it's 2 young men who don't look too different from each other. One in a very expensive suit and one in the workman's uniform, and they seem to both be, the one in the workman's uniform seems about 2 or 3 years older, maybe 18, 19. And the younger one is the Dante that you know, who's probably 16, and they're at some kind of construction site smiling at the camera. And the one in the workman's uniform has the Brixton Football Club scarf that you know on Dante's desk. And he just passes over to you with like a tear in his eye, quiet, drinking this beer in honor of Dante, as his family doesn't even know who he is, but tells stories about this young man. And he doesn't say anything. He just sits there and he drinks his, he sort of nurses his lager. Quiet. I suppose before you take him back to work.
Our Ivory will press the photo to her chest briefly, and give you a tiny little toast.
So, I thank you all for playing this game with
Thank
me.
you.
So good.
We have come to the end of Top of the World. Named for the for that spot on the globe when you get to a certain degree north that it doesn't quite hit nighttime. Still a little bit of light in the summer. And thus, that will often be seen glistening off the loch. Thank you all very much. I really this scenario means a lot to me. It's one that I did as a one shot a few years back at a con, and I felt that it could definitely be something more. And I thank you all so much for helping that come into reality. So thank you. Well, all that remains is to go around and do our outros.
Oh God.
Where we can go ahead and tell folks where they can find you. Feel free to plug whatever you like, and give any final thoughts you had about this game. And any favorite moments or any particular things you want to throw love on, feel free to do so. We again shall be going in reverse intro order. I will start by saying I am so sad that Emma's internet.
Oh man, I
know was overcome by the accursed weather. But Emma, I just want to thank so much for participating in this. We love you. Thank you so much for coming and playing with us. And I'm going to go ahead also put this here. There we go. So that you may follow. Please follow her on Twitter.
Oh yes.
Now we shall head over to Brian.
Hey, I'm Brian. First off, thanks Jim for writing this. Thanks to Melissa and Greg for designing this. I really like the system. I'm gonna do some stuff with it later, and if I do, I'll let all of you know. But also thanks to everybody who played, because this was awesome. I will play anything with any of you at any time. And my favorite part was all of it. So I like the characters. I like the way all the characters interacted. I like the setting. I like the story. And I already said I like the system. So we're good. Literally, I liked everything. Just follow me over on Twitter if you want. It's in the chat. I'm Backlam on Twitter. I'm half of the hosts of Armor Goes Clank, which is a podcast specifically about tabletop gaming and pop culture. So check me out over there. And that's it. If you need something edited, look me up.
Yay! Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the character of Digger. It was really good.
Yeah.
He was fun to play.
Yeah, that was so good. Just getting to play with that archetype, and to get to play with the London Mob stuff briefly, which I wasn't expecting, but it was awesome.
There was
Are the
a lot
Krays? Are the Krays still alive in 75?
I think they might be. I
feel like the Krays are still in. I think they were lingering onto the 80s, right?
Yeah, it's like he was part of the Wembley mob, which was Mickey Green, but Mickey Green was in prison during this time.
Yeah.
And so the Krays were. It says, let's see, 95. Yeah, they were still alive. I don't know when they got in prison. Yeah, England from the late 1950s to 1967. So they were out in 67. as far as being in power. So
yep.
A little bit of a.
Yeah, things were shifting, but it was around.
Yeah. But, it was very cool getting
that ice cream truck thing is real, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I think we had. I think in Oakland, I think that was happening with Taco Bells. There was a whole scandal with like Taco Bell drive-through. There was people would go to get their Taco Bell that was not get the Taco Bell they were getting.
Oh yeah, they were getting Taco Bell. Yeah. I have other stories, but we are running late. So
yes.
I will not regale people with them just now.
Yes. And thank you all very much for hanging out for this long. I swear we're about to go. But thank you. So let us head over to Melissa.
Yes. So I'm Melissa Avery-Weir. I am one half of Future Proof Games, who designed this system. We also make video games. We like ethical shit. We like compassionate shit. Yeah. We like games. So if you like this system, you can get info on it at futureproofgames.com. If you are considering playing it, hit us up on Twitter. Like, we'll talk, we'll answer questions. Twitter may not be, we might move the conversation to a better venue, but love to talk about it. I think, favorite part. Gosh, I think this is me thinking just, I don't know, differently. So, I like the way we succeeded at keeping things dramatic and successfully, like, sometimes it can be hard in this kind of plot to change the scene with every turn, with each action.
Right.
I think we did a pretty good job of that here without having to, like, remind people, what changed, how are things different. And so I like that. It made it feel more effortless. Like we were, instead of necessarily working in turns in quite so rigid a way, it led to a smoother, even though, I struggled to come up with what I was doing, but that's just,
Well, if I may add something to that, one thing that I liked about this was actually, at first I was like anxious about what I was going to do for my turn, and then I realized I don't have to think about it until I see what happens on the turn before mine, because everything's going to shift around. Yeah. So that was actually really relaxing. Up until that point, I was just like, well, whatever. The board is going to be shifted around by the time I see it anyway. So I like that. That's a feature.
Yeah. So, I want to say, like, it was a little daunting to play with a bunch of people who stream games. This is not a thing I do.
Brilliant.
So I have felt like I'm amongst some heavy hitters here. So it has been an honor to play with all of you. And I love your characters. I love your secrets. I love every little way that you have, like, crafted something and brought something of yourselves to the table, quote unquote, whatever, for this. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Ivory was freaking awesome. Unbelievably awesome. So good. So good. And thank you for putting up with my questions.
Look, the sleepier I get, the slower my answers got. So as long as you're fine with me going, how does secrets work in this thing I made? I don't know.
But it was awesome getting to have you in this mix, because so I want everyone to know how awesome you are.
Thank you.
But now we're gonna go ahead and head over to Daisy.
All right. Since I botched on the intro, I might as well try it on the outro. And let me just say, Jim, I'm going to tell you all, with a tear in my eye, this is the greatest moment in my life. When you walk around this world, woo, and you tell everybody that you're number one. The only way you get to stay number one is to be number one. And this is the only channel in the actual play scene that makes you number one. When you're a guest on the Other Doc channel, you rule the world. Woo! Okay. Now, I probably woke up everyone in my house doing that.
It's worth it.
Yes, I enjoyed so much of this game. I loved the uniqueness of every character and some key moments. I think all the blood rushed to my head and I'm going to faint. How do they do it? Well, that was old school for some of the folks in chat that have known me for a while. But yeah, I really enjoyed watching how the mechanics worked and getting opportunities to see and learn play by emulating others. It was my first time playing in the system, and I really enjoyed it. Kind of felt like, say, if I went to a dance class and I'm watching people dance, and then I'm learning the steps, and then I start to get it, and I start to feel good when I'm actually dancing to the song. And the magic of it is I don't really care how I look to other people. I care about how I feel in the moment, and y'all made me feel super comfortable on stream. This is my comeback stream after being on hiatus for over 9 months, you know, so yeah, a lot of fun. So thank you all for having me. And that's the high. You can find me on Twitter at a wise artist. I'm just an old chunk of coal on the internet, and but I'm gonna be a diamond someday. Back to you, Jim.
I feel like there's an entire jewelry set available there already, but thank you so much for coming and doing this. I will say, when I saw your initial response to my query, when I just was tweeting out about, like, I was wondering if anyone might be interested in the spy thing, and I was like, my God, if this happens, this is going to be awesome, and I was not in the least disappointed. Thank you so much for coming. I loved Vasilisa. I was so happy we had a Russian turncoat, because it was like, yes, I can now put this lore in.
Oh, I know.
And that was it, the things just with the characters, with the insane amount of lore that I built up, because I can't help myself for things like this, that I got to slot in so many places. It was so good. It was so good. And what you folks did with all of that, and you made it your own and added to it and generated more for this setting. This made this setting better than it has ever been, and I appreciate it so much. And so Daisy, thank you so much. This it was great getting to see. Yes, Vasilisa was so much fun, and so thank you so much for letting us meet her. And finally,
thank you.
Oh.
And role-playing games aren't of the devil. Sorry.
Wait. I actually read the Jack Chick track, and I learned that they were of the devil. But also that once you hit level 8 in Dungeons and Dragons, they teach you real magic, and nobody ever taught me that, so I really feel like I've been cheated.
Yeah,
there's absolutely no magic involved in RPGs at all. There's nothing at all that would ever happen like that. Anyway.
Testament of Sons. 6 fingers. There's a note hidden inside. Have you found it?
There's a note inside.
Yeah, there's a note.
Okay, after stream.
Yeah.
The bottom pops off. There's
oh
a
my
hidden
God.
Message.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Do it later. Do it later.
I'll look at that later. I've been running
months
Invisible
solving
Sun for like 2.5 years now, and I didn't.
There are
sitting
secrets in the
right
box.
there.
Secrets in the box.
Wow. So let's now that said, and let us head over to Trooper.
I'm TrooperSJP. Woo! I'm gonna just start with my love first. So I love realist spy media. Love it. Like, do I like a good idealist spy media, like a good Bondian sort of thing? I do. Although actually, it depends on the Bond. This is blasphemy, and I know it. I have a hard time with Sean Connery and also Roger Moore because they're very bad at their jobs. Like, they're just really bad at their jobs. They get caught all the time because they're just not good at their jobs. And it's very frustrating to watch spies who are that bad at their job. And everyone's like, they're so great. It's like, they're so bad at their jobs. Anyway, it's very frustrating. But they're not good human intelligence agents at all. So just not. Anyway, but I love these. I love a gritty spy realist genre. And, the Manchurian Candidate, the spy coming from the cold. I mean, there's so many of these amazing, amazing things that are hard, right? They're hard. And the life of the spy is hard, and it takes a toll on you in these various ways, right? And it's sort of coming out of noir and that ways in which these systems can persist and continue even without you, and you can try and you sort of get broken. And it's a kind of story that is a lot of players don't want to do because they want to win. Do you know what I mean? They want to win and be powerful. And the thing that's really amazing about this genre is that sometimes you win and you still don't win, you know? And one of the things I loved was that got me to put a tear in my eye is the end, not with Finley, but with the rest of us, when it was that moment in our montage where we're like, oh yeah, we're in this genre, right? And each one of us, and really starting with Vasilisa being like, no, actually, I'm the daughter of a murdered czar, and like this sort of moment where like those things, right, the thing underneath just sort of comes out for each one of us. That thing wherein, even if you talk about the Beatles or you do this or you do that, there is that sort of like noir, downbeat, gritty spy heaviness, right? To each person, there's a tragedy, right? There's a tragedy in each character, and each character deals with that tragedy in some way, and the sort of the commitment to that tragedy and the beauty of it, and the real like emotional weight that one montage sort of gave to each one of the characters was so beautiful and amazing and wonderful. And I give only the most love to my fellow players. And Jim, when I was like, damn it, Mac, he is, which means, wait, if he's actually descendant of Macbeth, that actually means my character is, oh no, because it's that moment where at the very end with the montage with the court and at the funeral and then at that bar, I was like, that's Dante's tragedy, is that he probably is not gonna be able to stay for the exchange. They're probably gonna force him to do his responsibility, which that is not his life or who he wants to be, right? If being a spy is terrible and miserable, as Richard Burton says, so is being in that world where he doesn't get to live, right? Like Ivory is his friend, right? These people are his friends. And I imagine with Finley's death, he'll be pulled back into that terrible space where he doesn't get to have friends or live or be seen by anyone, right? And like, so like the ways in which these larger systems weigh you down, it was beautiful. And I am so honored to have played with people who know the media and are there for it and can play, and we all can have this fun. But there was such a joy in the sort of those moments, and I just want to give so much love. It was beautiful to everybody here, and I rarely do you ever get that kind of depth and sort of like meaningfulness. So I want to thank you for that. And you can find me. You can find me on my Twitch channel, TrooperSJP. And today is Wednesday, which means the next big thing you can do is you can find me on Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be doing City of Light and Shadow, which is a French resistance campaign that I GM, World War II. Also pretty heavy, because that's what I like. I like some hard choices. And and then Tuesday, Sunday, Saturday, you can find me over at Table Story at 4 p.m. where I'm playing in a Tidal Blades game, which is very anime and much more upbeat, sort of. At least it's much more colorful. It's full color for color anime. Although anime characters sometimes believe that friendship is magic and have kind of sad backstories. So there's all the love and joy. And thank you, Future Proof Games, for this system. I really enjoyed playing it and learning it. I love learning new systems. I'm going to sit here and like analyze this system for a while and think about the play style and what it means and how it compares to other games in this sort of genre and the ways in which it does things differently than I think you'd expect in really cool ways. I'm going to like ponder it and I don't know, one day write a thesis on it. I don't know. So thank you.
No.
And yeah, that's me. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. I was so happy when you said yes. To come and play in this game. I was because I knew this was a genre you liked, and I was just so happy to get to see you play it, and just the character of the character of Dante was just such a gift.
I was like, you got me.
Burrowed into the plot and basically became part of it, and it was so good, so good. Getting to see that conflict. Because just knowing how well you get the genre and how much how well you just immediately keyed into those kinds of conflicts was beautiful. But then it is a gift to get to play with Trooper in any game, and to which something I can greatly attest, whether it is as a fellow player or as a GM. It is awesome, just freaking awesome. Well, me, I just am glad to be here. And I just love that I can finally exorcise this story from my brain, and I can perhaps at last rest for a little bit and then do other things.
Sorry, aren't you gonna be writing this up so that you can put it out there in a place?
You never know. You never know. I have thought about it. This definitely has moved toward development of things. I will talk to. I shall be talking in future about the possibility of more things. Possibly more things in this world. We shall see. But yeah, figured out a few things that I would do if I wanted to write up like how to play in this particular type of setting.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. For who knows where the tides of ADHD shall take me, but we shall see.
Feels like a supplement to me.
Yeah, you never know. If they would want such a thing, and if my brain allows me such a thing, we shall see. We shall see how things go. As for myself, thank you all so much for hanging on for so long on this, especially being late. I'm sorry to run late, but we're about there. For folks, once again, who are interested in Rosette Diceless, please go check out the website. It is at futureproofgames.com, where you can go and find links there too. Once again, I'm Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc, both on Twitch and Twitter. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. I have links down below to my website, Twitter, YouTube channel, and various other things. On Friday nights, I am over on Wandering Society, playing in their Dresden Files game, playing the nicest troubleshooter that ever existed. He's too nice for his job. And also happens to be good at slaying monsters. Happens to be good at that. Soon, within the next few weeks, we're going to be starting Invisible Sun back up on Saturday nights. So that's coming soon. I still have a little bit of the passing illness that I've been dealing with. I've been dealing with the lung demons for a little bit. Gotta just wait that out. But I couldn't not do this. But now I'm gonna rest for a little bit and then come back, and we'll be doing Invisible Sun on Saturday nights soon. This also shall allow me the opportunity to rest for a bit. Finally, the thing that I like to do nowadays, once I'm done with a mini campaign, is to enjoy not having a mini campaign to worry about. Take time to enjoy not being in that before I start the next one. But I think the next one, without giving too much away, will probably involve noir in space.
Ooh.
Yo,
But,
that sounds cool.
we shall see more about that as that progresses. So, when we hit the end card, I'm going to send a raid over to Imperator Penguin, who is an awesome individual, and is right now playing a video game. They're playing Life is Strange, and does wonderful graphic intros. Has done so for different shows and plays on different actual plays. Most recently over on Salty Sweet Games. And so we're gonna go say hi to him. Please, if you're so inclined, hang on and say hi to them with us. That again will be when we hit the end card. In the meantime, folks, thank you all very much for watching. Take care, and we will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.